Do patient over time. Say you need to go find yourself. What if you stay this time? Won't you stay? Baby, won't you stay with me? We can find a way. You just make me feel complete. Won't you stay? Stay with me and let's see. I can see the way you move. Please don't be afraid. I can see the lights when it's true. We can find a way. Stay with me and let's see. Baby, won't you stay? Baby, won't you stay with me? We can find a way. You just make me feel complete. Won't you stay? Won't you stay with me? We can find a way. You just make me feel complete. Stay with me and let's see. Stay with me and let's see. Baby, won't you stay? Baby, won't you stay with me? We can find a way. You just make me feel complete. Won't you stay? I can see the way you move. Please don't be afraid. I can see the light where it's true. We can find a way. I can paint your ocean blue. Wash the tears away. We'll be breaking out real soon. I didn't plan it, you know that. I didn't mean to hurt you, darling. I wasn't ready, we both were. But look at you, you're everything I want. Just give me.
What is going on, everyone? This is going to be the second stream of 2022 for me, and once again we're going to be streaming Crusader Kings 3. For a brief recap of those that weren't here in the last stream, we did about 2 tries. The first one, we set ourselves up in a pretty rough position with our original character of the Saga Dynasty, Freya. And we had initially started down here in the county of Leon, and we had a decent start. We did a lot of pillaging, but we made it about 12 years. We were eventually taken over by a fellow Norse character that invaded us from the recently conquered Brittany, which is not something I was expecting, because normally Norse don't attack each other too much and conquer, at least from my experience playing the game. So it caught me off guard, and I took the risk of, if I surrendered the battle, which I was going to lose anyways, I was hoping that they would subjugate me and make me a vassal, which means the game would have continued. I would just have been under someone's leadership. That didn't happen. We lost the game, and we made it a whopping 12 years. So round one for the Saga Dynasty did not go well. Round two, we decided to start up here in Vesterland, which is half of the territory of what is now modern day Iceland, and it went a lot better, but I made some poor stream decisions and forgetting to do some things, so it kind of got me discouraged. Kind of hit one of those blocked walls of, well, everything I just did for the last 2.5 hours made absolutely no sense. There was no point in keeping that content, and I had done reasonably well, had taken over all of Iceland, converted that into a duchy. We had taken over this, the chiefdom of Ferryar and the chiefdom of Hjaltland, and then we were on our way in order to kind of game the system in terms of making sure that when our primary character, again Freya, had reached the age of death, rather than the territories splitting up equally amongst their child, which is the kind of partition we had at the time, since we were a kingdom rank or lower. We wanted to game the system in that when partition happens, when a character dies, their territories are split up equally amongst their children. Well, Freya had 2 kids, a daughter who, granted, we had disinherited, but I didn't trust the system enough that she wouldn't have taken over any territory, and her son. So we were on an all-out war path that our goal was to potentially take over what is now, what would be the kingdom of, what would have been the kingdom of Norway, which is basically all this territory here and this a little bit of segment here. So we basically went on a war path and basically took over everything here. We had an alliance with this territory roughly here, so we couldn't take them over due to alliances, but we took over the slim majority. We needed 16 out of 30 counties to under our control to make the territory, or the kingdom of Norway, which we achieved, but the odds of us having a major revolt were very high and very likely, because when your territory control is low enough, the territories get angry, and all these territories absolutely hated us. They were all red, high civil unrest. It would have taken probably at least 2 generations of characters to try to get everything under control, and that was where I decided to cut the stream yesterday, because I realized, as much as I was glad that we made the Kingdom of Norway, we had again set ourselves up for failure, and was going to make the journey a bit hard. So today we are starting with round 3. This time we're kind of making it easier for us. One thing that kind of is unfortunate, it is doable, I have done it in games past, though I've never made a complete playthrough, is that a lot of the rules and societal change or societal norms in this game is not geared towards having a female leader unless it's absolutely necessary. Say your only heir, or you have all your kids are females, in which case your heir apparent is going to be a female. But if you have a son, they automatically take over because they are the firstborn son or whatever son. So they're going to be taking over everything, and or whatever they're deemed to take over, whatever due to whatever petition laws, and you continue on with that. So in order to try to play the game, I guess how it's meant to be for these societal times, we are going to give ourselves a bit easier start with the Saga Dynasty and start with our character here, Chieftain Frigg. Outside of him being male and actually pretty much that's the only difference between him and the Freya model that we had made for the last 2 runs. Everything else is the same. He has the same traits in terms of the character creation scales, like for the customization, exactly the same. The house is the same. So outside of them, the difference between male and female, this is essentially the same character, just with a different name and them being a male. So we are going to once again start in Iceland, or at least Vesterland here, which is half of Iceland, and we're going to try to recreate, though a bit more tactically, the run we had at the end of last stream. This time, hopefully I'm going to not make some of the stream mistakes that I did, and the goal will be to, again, kind of recreate the work that we did last time. So, with that being said, I'm going to take a brief few-minute break real quick to get something to drink before we begin. So I'm going to turn the music back up for a hot minute, and then I will be right back. And then we will get into the game, starting with Chieftain Frege of Vesterland and the 3rd try at the House Saga Dynasty. Be back in a few minutes. All right, we are back. We are going to get started with the game now. With Chieftain Frege, we're going to hit start and see what we can accomplish in round 3. So, again, we're starting here on the west side of Iceland in the territory of Vesterland. Not a lot here, pretty barren place, not a ton to do. So, we're going to go through the starting motions of getting our character set up, because as you can see, right now, we have no player heir because obviously we're not married, nor do we have kids. So, actually, I just realized a mistake, and I got to adjust some things because clearly Frege is not a male, therefore he should not necessarily be a shield maiden, but actually that works. He's a shield swain, so I guess it's the male version, so I guess we'll hold on to it. So we're going to ignore that. Get back to this. So no player heir because we're not married, nor do we have kids. So that's the first thing we're going to do, as we need to kind of get that ball rolling. One thing I like to do is try to find inheritable traits, which right now, I'm going to hit play to see if there's anything that's going to pop up. So right now, of the characters within marrying distance, age, and availability, there is no inheritable traits necessarily available, as far as I can see at all. So we're going to have to worry about that in the future, possibly for the kids to try to get that ball rolling. Inheritable traits are biological traits that can be passed down from generation to generation, and there's a couple different ones that are there. There's the strength tree, which gives the character kind of like a health boost and increases their prowess, which is their kind of their fighting strength, and it gives them health boost because they're a healthy character. And then there is the I would say the appearance inheritable trait, which kind of involves it affects their diplomacy ability and their likelihood of people willing to marry them, is probably the best way to put it. It increases people's opinions of them just based off of their looks. Great way to kind of... So I'm trying to see if there's any characters that have some of these traits, but I don't see any off the top of my head. But one thing we try to avoid are these physical traits, which there's also, as much as there's positive ones, there's also negative ones. So as you can see, this one says this trait is congenital, which means it's passed down. But this is a negative one, which is also possible. They're kind of random, but if you start going down the route of inbreeding, these kind of traits become more frequent just due to the nature of inbreeding. So we can see these as negative, but we can also see here that this kind of mentioning the physical traits here, and this is the kind of like the intelligence congenital traits, which is including kind of gives you a boost to your skills across the board and increase, like this is probably one of the best ones to get because it increases all your learning skills across the board, and the higher ones you go, the more points. I see intelligence will give you +3, and then there's a genius which gives you like +5 or 6, I think. So this is a really good one to have. And there's also a decision here that if you can get your family or a character to have a trait from each of those trees and has like a maxed one, you can, I guess, I don't think it's consecrate the bloodline, but you can make like a pure bloodline, which means those traits are going to be inheritable pretty much a lot. And you can have a couple different ways you can affect that. One, that's by trying to marry and have children with other people that have those skills, so it kind of reaffirms those congenital traits. But also you can, when you start getting some of these renown points, which is like the how known your dynasty is, which right now House Saga is obscure. No one really knows who the heck we are. So as we get renown built up, which takes time, so we could open up the legacies, which gives us a bunch of different wide range of skills depending on which tree we go down to. Me being the kind of person I like to try to reaffirm those positive congenital traits, I normally almost always go a couple blocks into the blood dynasty tree, or dynasty legacies, because there's a chance of reaffirming the positive congenital traits and makes them come up more frequent, and also gives us new ones. And then down the line, this one kind of goes both ways in reinforcing them. And then also the further you go down, and decreases the chance of inheriting bad traits, and chance of new bad traits. So if you're kind of trying to go down that inbreeding route, have a better chance of avoiding that. And then the further you go down, you can get select a trait that you can automatically get for your kids, and then at the end of it, you increase 5 years to your character's legacy, which if you go down the learning tree of the skills, which will open that up because you have to do that as well, the learning tree here, if you decide to go down this route, and especially go down the whole of body trait, I've had characters live well close to 100 even without the reaffirming dynasty legacies tree, because they get some huge health bonuses that basically it makes it super hard for them to get sick, and they can just live further. So I normally, if I'm trying to start swaying how I'm wanting my house to go and what leadership is taking charge, especially once you unlock the voting system, which there's the elective system that you can adopt when you become a kingdom. If I'm not satisfied with my first tier of children, say my character's immediate children, one because of age or because their skills just aren't up to what I want, I can start swaying the vote to try to get the grandchildren if I have some that are better suited for what I'm looking to do in the game. I can try to start swaying people to start voting for the grandchildren, and so on. So this is a good tree if you're really kind of looking to try to use your character, if they especially have that good abilities and they can give them time to sway people. You need to get old, which I would say the average character age, depending on regions, so like that, normally mid 60s is where people tend to get, pending they don't meet unfortunate times or don't have super diseases that show up. So being that there is no people that were able to marry at this time that have inheritable traits, we off on that tangent, we're going to try to find the best person for our character now based off of the sum of all skills, in the sense that these skills here tend to affect how your kids, so the higher you have like these skills, the better better skills your kids are born with as well. So the sum of all skills kind of gives an nice rounded out view of trying to set our kids up for in the future to just be that much more powerful. And so Gita here, sum of all skills, has the best one, and she has quite a few that are very relevant to us and will probably work in our benefit. So Gita here, I'm sure, and she's the same age, so we'll get a nice long-lasting marriage through this. So she's going to be the one I'm going to go with. Granted, we'll take a hit on our prestige, but it's the start of the game. We'll have plenty of time to fix that. So we're going to send the proposal, and once we resume the game, should accept it. Now we're going to go into our lifestyle tree and choose what lifestyle we're going to do. So our character right now, due to the education focus that I chose at the very beginning, I gave him the skilled tactician trait, which means he gets a +6 to his martial capabilities, and he has a 30% increase to his martial lifestyle experience. Huge boost, makes its learning education within the martial lifestyle tree happen faster. And I want to try to get through some of these trees pretty quick so I can open up the ability to go to these different trees and start hand picking what abilities I want, because there's some good ones here that you can kind of go down each of these trees individually and select and choose that you can use to kind of increase your overall. But I normally like to finish at least one of these trees to get the good bonus at the very end, and then increase these abilities as well. So we're gonna go down here. We're not planning on, or actually no, we are. We're gonna pretty much get immediately into a war here in a second. So we're gonna go with the authority focuses. This is gonna give us a +1 to our martial, which is going to be good. That's going to help us in battles. But it also gives us a dread gain of 20%. Makes people terrified of us, as we can see here, how feared a ruler is, and it just makes people scared of us and less likely to stand up to us. So we might go with that one, or we might go with the strategy focus and get a +3. But either way, we're going to be selecting this one, and then our goal, once we start getting skills unlocked, is to go down the strategist tree. The reason I want to do this is because there's, as we get into the game, especially at the start, it's important to have a strong army. And while levies are good in mass numbers, men-at-arms are better, especially if they start having reinforcing abilities. And this just makes it better. Granted, the first tier isn't super great. The casus belli cost is -50%, which means it's going to be cheaper for us to start wars with people, which is helpful. But once we get farther down, if we go down this way, this increases some of our men-at-arms capabilities. Granted, the second tier here involves cavalry, which we don't have access to or don't really want right now. But once we get to the third tier, we get men-at-arms counter efficiency, which means if we come up against other armies and we have men-at-arms that are countering theirs, they're just going to be that much better. Then we also have things like organized march, which means the screening capability, which is the reduces the effect of people being able to counter them, is increased. Excuse me. And then our hit and run ability, which means it affects what losses we take and increases the toughness of our men-at-arms characters that fall under these tiers of men-at-arms. And then this tier, which is normally the one I go to first, especially since I plan to do a lot of raiding at the initial, because that's how we're going to generate income and prestige to be able to upgrade our buildings really quickly and just get the game rolling. It's going to increase our naval speed, which means how fast we travel on water. And then when we go to war, it's going to increase our siege weapons, which we don't have access to yet, and we won't have access to for a little bit, but it's just going to make them that much better. And then we have living off the land, which is a huge perk for raiding, because on top of this 25%, which I already have an ability, or I thought I did, guess not, but it's going to increase how fast we can raid, and then but it also increases our supply capacity by 200%. Normally you start out with 100 supply capacity, which means you can stay out for a decently long time, but the larger your army is means the more loot you can carry. And if you can carry a lot of loot, you're going to want to be able to stay out there long, and you may not have the supply to be able to do that. So you normally start with 100 supply capacity, and this ability, getting this perk increases your supply capacity by 200%, which means it increases it to 300, which means we can stay out there that much longer. And if we have a larger army, the more loot we can carry means the longer we can stay out raiding and generating income. So this is going to be what we're going to be aiming to go down to first, and then once we complete this tree, which with our abilities and how it shouldn't take super long, especially if we get into a lot of combat, because that's just going to generate more experience for us, especially with our character here at the helm. So with that covered, we have our lifestyle focus chosen, and we don't need to necessarily worry about that quite yet. We can hire a core physician, which is super important. Granted, we don't have a huge income here at the start. We can search for a physician anyways. It might put us in a little bit of debt simply for the fact that normally it costs about 50 gold pieces for the good physician at the start, especially if we get one right away. But the physician's good to have at the very start, because if your character is sick, the physician's there to take care of him. If your character is injured, the physician helps him get better faster. And this is our two options. We have Elf here, who is enthusiastic. When he's got the potential, but he doesn't really have a good foundation to be a... If you're looking for a cheap option, he's the way to go. But I'm always willing to spend the extra money, especially since I'm going to be going out raiding, which means there's a chance of me getting hurt in battle. I want a good physician, which is this. That's where Frody here is going to come into place. And we can see here, super important, he's young, which means we're going to have a physician for a while, because he's going to have a huge health boost, but he has this ability here called a Renowned Physician. On top of him getting a little bit of an education boost from it, his disease resistance is huge, but this is what makes him a good physician to have, because he is skilled at what he does, which means if my character gets sick or injured, I'm going to get better that much faster, and if I get sick, he's going to be able to treat my character faster and in better ways, to the point where the possibility of my character being worse off from being sick is going to be kind of null and void, because he is such a good physician. So while this will put us in debt because it costs 50 gold to hire him, and we only have 31 right now, it is worth going into debt, because I will do one round of raiding here and will be perfectly fine. So I am not worried about hiring Frody here. So we're going to hire him on board. Not to mention, he also, as we can see here, has great martial ability, and he has some commander traits, which means he's going to be great on the battlefield for us. And he may potentially be, depending on who we have available, not to mention he'll make a great marshal for us, which means he's going to be able to do some good training for our characters, give us some more commander traits. And then when we start taking over territories, he's going to be great for increasing the control in the counties that we take over and getting them under control, so we can start reaping the benefits of what we have invaded. So I'm going to start adjusting these guys here. This character, I will probably adjust him, make him my spy master, because he has the same skill ability as Ingrid here, so won't lose anything by moving him over there. Excuse me. And then, so we're going to reassign him, plus it means I won't lose any more opinion from him for firing him, Granted, I lost some opinion from Ingridir because she lost her job. But it opens up this ability to hire Frody as our marshal, which is what we want. And then the other two are Chancellor, who is kind of our diplomat, and our emissary. He's actually got a very good diplomacy skills, so we're not worried about him. And then Eystein here, he could be better, but we don't really have another option because out of the characters that we have available to hire into our council roles, he unfortunately is the best. So until we find someone else, he is going to be who we're going to be going with. So we're going to keep him, but we might be able to look into swapping our Godi, which is our religious leader, because the Godi position is not held to the same restrictions as some of these other council positions. The only two councilor positions that can be held until you unlock certain abilities through your culture, the only two council positions that can be held by females as well as males, at least in the Norse religion, is your Spy Master and your Godi. Spy Master, obviously, we're already taken care of, but our Godi, he's about as good as we're going to get without having to remove other people, so we don't necessarily want to do that at this time because his other abilities aren't really great. So he's going to stay where he's at, but I just wanted to see if we had any female characters like, Inga, Unir, and Ingridir to see if their learning ability was higher than what he had. And as we can see, outside of these two, which already hold council positions and are people that I don't want to switch right now, he is our best option. So he's going to stay where he's at, and we will start swaying him because we have this situation here. We're not endorsed by our Godi, and we want to change that for the simple fact that that's going to affect our income some, because he controls our church holdings, which I don't know if I really have any right now, but it's always a safe bet to get your Godi on your side, because when we start unlocking some of that stuff, we want to make sure that he's on our side. That way we can start generating income from the church holdings. So we're going to start our scheme. We don't have a huge chance of success right now, but it's still worth it because I don't think we would have a huge chance of success at swaying these other people. I stand corrected, but he's the one I want to focus on at the moment. So now that we're done getting all that stuff, we don't care about that. Yes, I understand we are in debt. We have few champions, which I don't really have too much of an ability to do, especially since we're broke. We do have the ability to invite champions, which I do have the prestige for. It costs 150, I believe. We don't have any money right now to hire people. So what we're going to do now that we've kind of got our foundations set, is we are going to start raiding, which is going to be what we need to do, because the benefit of raiding, which is the ability for the Norse culture, and I think there's some other cultures that are allowed to raid as well, is that this is especially early game where we don't necessarily have the ability to generate income like, say, the Catholic churches do, or the Catholic territories. Is that's how we build our prestige, and that's how we can build income, because we go raid towns like this, we can take over, we can collect money and prestige from doing it, and then we can bring it back to our territory and cash it in and use it that way. Because if we look over here in the Catholic territories, we can kind of see here they have these bishops or bishoprics, which is income for them, because they too have their council of leadership, and they have their Catholic Church representatives, which control the churches in your territory. And like us, you want them to be on your side, because for them especially, because if the bishop is not supporting you, you don't get any of the income that comes from the church. With churches, once they are built, you have no control over them in terms of what they're building in these building tiers here, and depending on how they build it, you can get a ton of income, especially if you have a lot of churches. But the Norse don't really worry about that too much, because churches aren't really a huge thing for us at this time. So what we've done, we've raised our entire army of 970-ish people, and we are going to head out raiding. So I'm looking for places to go, and I'm wanting to avoid kind of hitting these territories at first simply for the fact that I don't want to ruin their economies and their control right now, because I would say within 10 years I will most likely be invading them to take over the territory and wrap it into my own. So I'm going to try to avoid messing with these people down here. So now we're going to start looking a little bit farther south, and based on our army size of 974, we have a decent army, and we have some good men-at-arms that are going to make our army that much better. But we also have to be careful of who we decide to raid. So we can see here that if we wanted to try attacking, say, the Earldom and Desmond in Ireland, we can do that. We have a bigger army, but they also have a decent army, which means we might take losses. And I want to take as few losses as possible because I want to be able to stay out raiding and be able to get more loot. So I'm trying to avoid trying to take on armies, especially larger armies that are within at least 200 to 300 of my own. That way, if I do have to get into a fight, the odds of me losing troops or as many troops is a little bit lower. So instead, I like to look over here, because these counties right here are a very good early source of income, because you have the Lordship of Dyfed here. They have an army of 518 at their disposal, but they have a very slightly higher than average starting city that gives me a little bit of extra coin in comparison to somewhere like here. Most cities, your primary cities, will only give you around 15-ish gold when you're raiding. We can see here that they give us 17, and then hopefully once you're done there, we'll move to the barony of Caerleon and do the same to them, depending on how that goes. But we also have a church here that we can also pillage, so we'll get over 23, pending everything goes well, 23 gold just from this territory alone. So we're going to unpause the game and start on our journey to pillaging. And I'm sure these ones do count. I'm not sure what exactly the range distance is, but at the same time, I'm wanting to get raiding as soon as possible for the simple fact that there is an ability that after you do so much raiding with your character, or a character, whatever one you have leading your armies, that especially if you do them away from your shores and in foreign territories, they will get an ability called Viking, which is what we want, which we can see here, the Count Hastings of Montague, a Astral Norse that's buttoned up right against Brittany and France here. I believe he probably got his through some adventures. Doesn't exactly say, but he has this ability, and that's a huge cool ability to have, because it gives us +2 to martial, makes us better on the battlefields, increases our prowess, which makes us stronger on the battlefield, and we get a prestige of 0.3 bonus per month. And other Viking characters that we run into will get a +5 opinion from, and vice versa to them as well. So that's what we're looking to do. And once I kind of start clearing out here, because these, with the amount of Vikings that are in this general vicinity, or not Vikings, but the amount of Norse that are in this general vicinity, this area gets raided super quick. So you want to get in and get out and then kind of be on your way. And I like to go to the Mediterranean. We'll cover that here in a sec once I finish this prompt here. So, raid or trade. As my troops and I prepare to sack the lands of Dyfed, our first scouts report back. It seems the local towns are rich, but many are heavily fortified, and we could well be caught out by vengeful armies before we can break into the juiciest targets. All is not lost. The art of good raiding is all in exploiting opportunity, and we could perhaps arrange trade and tribute in exchange for staying our blades. So, we have 3 options here. We could, perhaps the local lord will be amenable, and we will get an automatic 10 loot from the army. Not a huge deal. They would gain 20 opinion of us, which, being Catholic, I could care less about what their opinion of us is. We're Norse, we're Vikings, we're here to pillage and plunder, and we get a truce with them for 10 years, which means we can't raid them. Not something I want to do, something I don't care about. But he has the ability to possibly reject this offer, in which case we'll continue raiding, but at the same time we spend prestige, which is what we're not looking to do right now, and we gain some stress because we have the trait Wrathful. Wrathful is beneficial for us, one of the traits I chose, because one, it is virtuous to the Asatruans, which is our religion, and we want to keep that piety up because that will be able to give us the ability to kind of affect some things in the future. But it also gives us the ability to punish criminals. We gain a natural dread plus 20 automatically. We have -1 to our intrigue, which means it's easier for people to scheme against us, but we gain +3 martial and then -1 diplomacy. We're kind of built this character to start off as we could care less what people think of us. We're here to plunder, pillage, and capture territory. That's what we're looking to do. So if we take this ability, we are going against our wrathful nature and we build stress. Stress is something we don't want to do. Stress, while we're at 0 to 3, it's not a huge deal. It's kind of fixable and it's easy to manage. But once we break over 100 stress, we start breaking into those things where our character starts suffering some penalties. And with those penalties, it can start affecting our character's health, but we also can start picking up some negative traits that have a little bit of benefit in terms of how we can handle stress in the future, but it will reduce some of our other abilities. So we want to try to have as least amount of negatives as possible. So the goal is to not be stressed. So we're definitely not choosing that option because there's really no win situation for us to have in choosing this ability, at least right now. But we other two options, we have the ability to continue rating Dyfed. We lose 30 stress because we are wrathful, and that's an easy one to make. And then we could also just go with the route of you pillage Dyfed and refuse to think about trading instead of raiding for the rest of your life, which these two are essentially the same, but I have a feeling that this one has maybe a slight effect, though it doesn't initially say it, to us getting our Viking trait faster. So I tend to choose this one because I think, I had no confirmation and I personally don't care to go look it up, I think this might affect if we can get our Viking trait a little bit faster. So we're going to choose this one because these are essentially the same. We lose 30 stress from it, and at the end of the day, we continue to pillage. So that's what we're going to do. And as we can see, our army is quite a bit bigger than his, so he's not even going to bother bringing his troops out to fight us, which is good for us. This means we don't have to worry about losing anyone, and it keeps our treasure holds that much stronger. So, pregnancy. Fate smiles upon me. My wife, Chita Gita, is bearing a child. So this is going to be our first character, or our first child, I should say. So roughly a couple months, we're going to see what will, quote unquote, pop out to see whether we're going to have a son or a daughter, and that's going to affect some things in how we might move forward. So, cool thing about raiding, though, that gives us a little bit of extra income is that we get the ability to ransom characters that we capture. So, during this raid, we captured this character's name. I'm not even going to try to pronounce this because Welsh makes absolutely no sense to me. Cool thing, this character is the son of the lord of this territory we just raided, which means he is very important, which means, because we can look here, he is the heir apparent for this territory. So we can get a very hefty ransom, and you can see right here we can ransom for 50 gold if he had the available money, which he doesn't, but he has close enough to it, and I could care less about a favor right now. So we're going to take the money and we'll give the person back because there's no point in us holding on to that character really for longer than we need to. So we got a nice quick bunch of cash once he accepts the offer, and now immediately put us back into no longer being in debt. So we're done raiding this territory. So now we are going to go over to this territory, which is our next objective. As we can see here as well, they too have a church. And then we have their territory, which is going to offer us the same amount as this territory did. So we're going to get quite a bit of money from this territory as well once we finish raiding the territory. So we finished that up, and now we're going to move down to the castle here. Takes roughly about a month, depending on how fast your raiding speed is. If I was smart and actually paid attention to the character, I could have changed my initial commander trait to I think it's a Ravager, I believe it is, which would increase our raiding speed by like 100%. which would make this process a lot faster, but I forgot to do that when I went to go make this character. So kind of too late to fix it now, but when you couple that with the learning lifestyle tree that we have, that we're working towards, the living off the land one, you can imagine how fast raiding would go when your raiding speed increased by 125% or 100% or however fast it is. So unfortunately, a mistake that we realizing now, not necessarily a mistake, it just makes this rating process a little bit longer, but doesn't really overall change what we're doing. So cool thing here is that we now have our bishop's endorsement. Despite him still being kind of a negative 10 opinion towards us, we have met the threshold that he is now, or actually he is not endorsing us still. So we're going to give us a rundown. This will give us a brief explanation. So our character's faith makes it so you have a realm priest on our council. These bishops hold immense power and are more than willing to share it with you should you stay on their good side. So our bishop provides us with taxes and levies from all our temple holdings in our realm, and how much they give us depends on their opinion of you. Being disliked means that you will not get anything, and the bishop may even make life hard for you. They can, for example, force you to divorce your spouse. You should do your best to improve their opinion of you using the send gift interaction, which I'm not going to do, and starting a sway scheme, which is what we're currently doing, and are two good options to consider. If everything else fails, murder is always an option. Perhaps their success will be more amicable. So we don't really have any temple holdings, so really our goatee is not going to give us too much of anything. So once we get into this reign, because we can see some of the reason why his opinions of us are low is that we have a short reign. We just took over, and so he's not a fan of us being a short-lived ruler at this time. So the longer we rule, this will drop, and this alone will eventually take us into the positives. Now, we also have his personal diplomacy, which is his diplomacy ability, and is poor, gives him a -2. That's not a huge thing. And then him knowing that we're a witch, which I don't know if he knows our secret necessarily, but being that we're a witch, that gets us -15 as well. Not something I'm super concerned about, because once I start getting some of these people to the opinions that I want from them, potentially max, which is 100, I'm going to convert them all to witches as well. That's what we're going to do, because then they can't hate me if they're one as well. And plus, if they're witches, which you can see here, this is the fame trait I'm talking about, which is that if we make them witches, they will have this ability too. They're going to get a +20 opinion of us. And what I want to do, why I chose this, is just a little fun fame trait that I picked up for the simple fact that this can unlock some stuff in the future that I want to do as my character's family gets bigger. Because the goal here is, if I can get my wife on board, which shouldn't theoretically be hard, and then once I start having kids and get them on board as well, we can make our own witch coven as soon as 4 adult members of the house are witches. And in order to do that, I have to sway them, or in case the kids, especially if they're my ward or my wife's ward and she's a witch as well, they will automatically inherit that trait. And we need members of the Dynasty Saga or House Saga to be witches in order for this to meet. And then once we do that, we unlock the ability to start holding grand rites, which gives us an activity which can have some benefits depending on how well the rite goes. So this is kind of the start of basically making our territory a witch haven, which is a fun thing I want to do because it adds a little bit of flavor to the game and just makes the story a little bit that much more fun. So we have that taken care of. So we're all done here. We're not going to bother trying to raid any other territories here, because most of them are roughly equal strength to us, and if they're not, then as we can see here, they've already been raided. There's no point, because I don't want to lose any more troops than I necessarily have to. So we're going to decide to move on and start looking for greener pastures elsewhere. So this is where I have found the best way to raid, and it also helps us get that Viking trait quicker, is that we can start raiding in territories down here. Granted, it affects our supplies affect the ability to do this, and it takes a while, But once I get further into the game and our armies start getting bigger and the more amount we carry, this territory, especially in here, gets super, super profitable because no Vikings really ever come down here. You might have the occasional African tribes that might do some raiding, but overall, we can look at the kind of the world map here, and a lot of raiding that tends to happen along the Northern European coast here, and then going into the Baltic and around the Viking territories as a whole, or the Norse territories as a whole. That's where a lot of the raiding happens, is in this kind of general region. So there's gonna be a lot of competition there, and it's just not worth it. It's more worth it to take the time to sail the distance to these territories here of the Sheikdom of Maxorata, the Sheikdom of Akinek, and the Sheikdom of Madeira, because they're small island nations with small armies and easy pillaging capability. As you see here, this might, between these two here and maybe this third one, we will be full up on our raiding our treasure capacity, and we will be able to head back to our home territory and turn it in, and then we'll set back out on raiding after we do some building upgrades. Excuse me. And then in which case we'll come back down here. Our armies will still be kind of close, so we're probably going to avoid these two territories right here. We might hit up Melia if it's not taken over by them yet, which we're going to. So yeah, so they might be an option to raid because their army is smaller than ours. We're going to resume the game here. But then we're going to look into territories like here. Granted, they're stronger, so I'm not going to mess with them. They're stronger, so we're not going to mess with them. But then we can go over here into like counties, the county of Napoli here on the Italian boot. These territories here are super, super profitable. It is insane how much money you can get from the Mediterranean coast. So our very first child is our son here, and I normally never stick with the first name unless it's one that I super, super like. So I'll normally go through either between a good Asatru name or a good Norse name, since they're kind of almost one and the same, being their religion and the culture. They're kind of tied together. Normally they're roughly the same, but I like to kind of move through some of these and kind of see which one I kind of like best for them. And I think for our first child here, don't see any here that I like necessarily. We're going to check the Norse names, and I think Dagger sounds good, so we're going to stick with Dagger, and he will be our first child. And right now, as you can see, once he gets older, I think once he gets roughly around 1 year old, he will pick up his first childhood trait, which will give him a +1 to 2 of these abilities. And then once I learn what those abilities are, that's going to determine what education focus I will put him through to give him the best ability of trying to get a 3-star or even 4-star education ability. Because there is one more tier above mine. There's a 1-star, which gives you 10%, 2 stars gives you 20%, 3 stars, which is what we have, gives 30%, and then 4 stars gives a 40% plus a huge martial boost. So depending on what his childhood traits will be, will determine what education focus I will put him through, and who I might potentially put him as his educator to give him the best ability to have a better education, so to speak. So I know I'm wanting him to hopefully have +1 in either of these ones, or +1 in either of these two, because I don't really care about these too much. I'm more concerned about getting a good kingdom built up, or doing more pillaging, or messing with diplomacy a little bit. Once he kind of hits his age, I might worry about diplomacy a bit more. But we won't know until he hits about 1.5, so it's not something I'm concerned about right now. So we just finished our first raiding here, and we're going to jump over to the Sheikdom of Akinek. And from this territory, again, we took over some prisoners, and again, we took one of the children of the Sheikdom, so it's another huge coin boost for us from ransom. which is going to make us that better. And now that we have 93 coins right now, and we are still technically low on champions, our knights, we're going to invite some champions and get that ball rolling to start bringing in better troops. And then while we're here, I forgot to change this. So C as our marshal here has a martial ability of 21. He is excellent at his job. So we can have him have our increase our levy size, which being that we're raiding, not a huge deal to worry about right now. But we can also have him, he has increased abilities to start training our knights into being commanders, and it also increases our men-at-arms damage and toughness. So we want this for right now, since we don't have to worry about county control or anything like that. This is what we want to do because it's going to make our knights better, which means that we're going to do better on the battlefield, and it's just going to make things a little bit easier as we go forward as of right now. So we're going to move on to the next territory to pillage. I think this one gives us 16. That's going to put us at 83. So we will eventually probably head up to Madeira to round out if we have any loot capacity left, which we may or may not, depending if we lose any troops in this raiding. So we finished the raiding, and being as these guys are super weak, we will just raid them. We won't be able to take all the loot, but it will fill us up, and then we'll head back. And then we again took over another person. So this one isn't as important to this character. He's not the child of the legion or anything, but he is the grandchild, so he has some importance. But we're going to get 10 gold from them. So it's not, but money is money, and it beats us having to have a massive prisoner pool. So eventually we were hopefully going to get more of these people to be ransomed, but I don't think some of these people will, just because they're not super important to whatever lieges that we have. So we may end up releasing them, or we may hold on to them once we get out of an army and we have enough money to do so and hold a grand blot. We can designate some of those people to be sacrifices, and if we can designate a live human sacrifice, we will get a huge piety bonus from it. So it's something we're going to look at in the future, but it's not a huge focus as of right now. So we'll go on here, see how the rating's going. I'm going to speed it up just a little bit just to finish it quicker. And now we are full. We are 91 out of our raid loot, so we're going to make the long journey back to our home territory and start working on turning that money in. And then we're going to take a look while that's happening, since that's going to take a fair amount of time to get back, roughly. We're going to take a look at what knights that we have invited to see who has showed up. So first, before we deal with that, we're going to look at, we have our first guest here is Arngrimr. He has a very good commander trait, the aggressive attacker trait, which increases enemy fatal casualties by 25%. But he has very good excellent prowess, means he's a great fighter, and he has some decent abilities that if we need to rotate some people out, should some of our other counselors die for whatever reason, he might be a good alternative, at least in maybe the diplomacy tree. And honestly, that's about it. But he also has this lifestyle trait, which we too have this, but I think we have this 2-star version, is the Blade Master. This is what gives him such a huge prowess boost, but it also gives a huge health boost and increases the popular opinion. So I'm going to pause this. We're going to take a 5-minute break here real quick. I have a phone call incoming, so we'll be back in 5 minutes. I'm going to hit the music here, and I'll be right back.
flesh, then she found pain. Rough disguises had been seen. Worn by wolves that dressed as sheep. Her heart was in the rightest place, but soon she'll know she is the prey. But soon she'll know she is the prey. The lights above will guide her home. She can't look back. Her friends are gone. Her friends are gone. Her friends are gone. Since tried, she can't be seen. But is there wonder behind trees? From the starlight comes a the pieces of heart with the nail. While she was sleeping, was looking all night for morning signs. A voice shouted, "Get out! Why don't you get out now? All this time." Her heart was in the right place, but soon she'll know she is the prey. But soon she'll know she is the prey. The lights above will guide her home. She can't look back. Her friends are gone. Her friends are gone. Her friends are gone. But you just don't look back, you can break out. Just don't look back. You find yourself alone. intersect, on each one I reflect. These lines write my story. These places change me, each one replacing. Like night into morning, I miss the open air, the going anywhere, riding with you, like we used to. Guess I'm better off alone, never know when I'll get home, but I know that home's where the heart is. Guess I'm better off this way, moving to better days, but I know that home's where the heart is.
Okay, we are back into the game. Get the game screen going again. So apologies for that. Had a important phone call to take care of. So back to what we were doing. We were looking at what champions we have had visits so far from our search of inviting champions. So we have our first one here. We're going to eventually hire all three of these, pending we should have enough money to do it, so I'm not super concerned with that, but we're just going to take a look at their abilities. I think we were talking about this character here having a legendary Blade Master feat, which is super important because he's going to basically be a beast on the battlefield just based off of that alone. And he has some good educational skills, which will help us in the future as well. And he has a commander's trait, which is also important. Interesting enough, he is a Catholic, so we might have to sway him back to the proper religion, being that he is Norse. So we're going to recruit him. Cost us only 15 gold, which considering his abilities is a steal for this character. So, and he's going to get plus 50 opponent, gain 50 opinion of us, which is going to put him damn near even with what he won't hate us. So got him hired. He's going to be one of our knights. He's going to be our top knights, actually. Next, we have Orvar Eriksson from House Eriksson. Not sure he's the only member of that house tree, but he also has very good prowess. He has a very good range of abilities here. Granted, they're all average, but average is better than poor. So he also has a commander feat of rough terrain expert, which means he has advantage in the hills, mountains, and wetlands. So he's going to increase his battle rolls in combat. So he's in a good commander's trait depending on certain territories we might be fighting in. But he has a good prowess, so again, someone that we want to have, and he's only going to cost us 21. So we are easy street when it comes to this right now. And then we have, I don't know how to pronounce it exactly, but he is another very good. He has very good prowess as well. He's a flexible leader, which means the enemy defensive advantage. So say we're attacking a castle that has a high defense, or the enemy has defensive advantage due to some traits or some other things, he can remove that defensive advantage by at least 50%. Super huge, but he also has a huge martial ability, which means should our physician die, or say I want to remove our physician, he is a great replacement because he's only, I think, 2 less than our current martial. So he would be a great replacement, so we're definitely hiring him. He's young, and again, he only costs 25, so a huge steal for that character as well. So we got 3 great characters and knights. We're going to force them to be our champions because they're not exactly have any important positions, so they're not super concerned to be lost in battle. So normally I like to force certain champions to be on the battlefield for the simple fact is I don't want to lose counselors. Counselors are a pain in the butt to remove, especially if you have counselors with very good traits. So if they are not in an important role and they're not necessarily a vassal or someone that I super care about, I'm not even going to bother worrying about their lives on the battlefield exactly. So they're going to be forced to go into combat, and we'll do that. So Commander promoted. My Marshal Frody has been showing off a promising new recruit. He may not be of as noble stock as you, my liege, but on my name I swear that this character is someone you would want on your side. Which I think, so he was probably a peasant folk that This is the guy we just hired that we probably could have saved money. Well, that's unfortunate. Very well, he's going to join our court. He's already in our court anyways, so not a huge deal. Probably could have saved some money. So we might have a third recruit join us potentially. We'll have to see what shows up over here. A question of loyalty. My wife, Chiefess Gita, is with child and I should be overjoyed. However, she has been acting strange. I cannot shake the feeling that something is wrong. Am I really the father as she claims, or has she betrayed our union? So this is probably going to go poorly because our intrigue is not super great. So we can go down the route of confronting her directly, which can be good or bad. It might lower her opinion of us, which is going to be interesting. We can go down the route of looking into us discreetly, which we have a decent chance of succeeding, but I have had so many times in the past playing this game that I have a 77% chance of defining the truth and not having any penalties for it. But so many times it's happened to me playing this game, because I have well over 300 hours into this game, almost probably 350 hours in this game at this point. I've had huge success chances like this, and I will still end up failing, and she will lose a fair amount of opinion of us, which is going to suck. And then also we can do the last route. I must be the father, surely. Why should I worry? But being that I'm vengeful, another one of those personality traits I picked up that gives us some good abilities, and also again virtuous of our religion. We gain stress being that we're vengeful, so we're not going to do that one. There's no point. But since we have a fair chance of success at this one, we're going to try that and hope that the game does not screw me over like it has so many times. Which the game has screwed me over, which sucks. As we can see, suspicions laid to rest. It seems that my fears may have been unfounded. Despite every effort on the part of my spies, I have found no indication that Chiefess Gita has been unfaithful. Unfortunately, she has found out about my suspicions and is very disappointed in me. So she lost 25 opinion of us, and for the next 5 years because we spied on her. So, to remind you, I had a 77% chance of success versus a 22% chance of failure. Where that last 1% went, I don't know. But we failed. I don't understand the math sometimes, and I swear RNG in this game is out to get me. So, we have that taken care of. We are... Our band of adventurers here are slowly on their way back to the territory to drop off our loot, and what we might do once they get back is, once they get back officially, we are going to probably switch over to organizing our army. Going to increase our levy size. We're going to let our men-at-arms increase, and while we're here and we have the ability to, we are actually going to recruit another set of men-at-arms. And before I choose which one, I'm going to take a look, because I plan on taking over one of these two territories that our neighbor here, Chieftain Garter, has under his control. And to see what he has, we're going to take a look at their military strength, similar to ours, but we can see that they have 594 levies, standard troops, but they have 200 Vikmen, which is the Norse archers. They're very good damage, they have very good toughness, they're better than your standard archer, at least in terms of overall capability, and their screen's very good as well. And they have the ability to counter skirmishers, and what you can see here, their type here is archers. So we can take a look at what we have. We also have Vikman. Granted, our recruitment size is less than theirs. We also have the Bondi here, which these are spearmen, but we can look at their counters, light cavalry, and archers. So these guys alone will give us an advantage in the fight against the character, because we already somewhat counter. Granted, they have 100 less, but we already have a counter against his troops. But at the same time, we're also going to take a look at recruiting some other troops, since we have the available prestige. One thing that's cool about the Norse ability is that outside of, we get a reduced cost to building stuff, because it costs us gold and prestige to make buildings, but at the same time it doesn't cost as much to do certain things. It costs us in other ways, but it's not that huge. But we also get to recruit our soldiers through prestige. And not only do we can recruit them, we can maintain them through prestige, which means it's not going to hurt our bottom line of income. The Norse are very weak when it comes to income-driven abilities, because once we start building stuff, we don't have a ton of ways, being that we are still a tribal community, we don't have a ton of ways to make money. So despite we could have all of our stuff maxed out in terms of buildings and stuff like that, we're not going to have a huge income source. That's where raiding comes in. So to kind of offset that, our maintenance abilities comes from prestige. So that's why we want to maintain this stuff and do as much raiding as possible, and also build buildings that give us prestige. That way we can maintain these armies. So we're looking to recruit a new set of men-at-arms and kind of take a hit on our prestige doing so, but we have some options here. We have the armored footmen, which are very good, but they counter spearmen. Our enemy doesn't have spearmen, so I'm not super concerned about that at the moment. But then we have the Huskarls. These guys are awesome. They have huge damage, great toughness, and their screening is awesome. But we also see here is that they counter spearmen and archers, which is what we are looking to do to give us that extra edge in battle. So this is probably who we're going to recruit. Let's go take a look at we have the Varangian veterans. These are heavy infantry, basically just like Huskarls, just a little bit better. But we can see that these counter spearmen and heavy cavalry. And then we have the Bondi, which we already have. Then we have Pickmen, which counters basically any cavalry unit. We're not super concerned about that right now, so that's not what we're going to go with. We also have the Bowmen, which, as we look here, we have the Vikman, which is 18 out of 20, but then the Bowmen are 20, and they have a defensive to 10. These guys are not strong. They're kind of like glass cannons in a sense. So, but we can see that they counter skirmishers. Not what we're looking for. We could also go down the route of actually making some cavalry. Super fast, have a good screening, good damage, and good defense, but they also counter archers as well. Not super concerned about that at the moment, because I know once we start taking over territories, we're going to have increased men-at-arms once we start taking over territories and able to build our own duchy. So this might be an option for the future, not what we're concerned about right now. And then you have the light footmen, which counters heavy infantry because they're light armored, able to move quickly, so they're a good counter to the heavy infantry, which is the armored footmen and the Varangian veterans. But that's not what we're looking to do. Huskarls and what we're going to do, it's going to cost us a bit of thing, but we're also bringing back a bit of a loot pool. So we're going to do this, recruit them. Granted, it's going to put us negative prestige at the moment, but once they fill up, once they're maxed out, our prestige will go back to being positive, because we're no longer looking to we're not trying to fill up our recruit levels. So we're going to speed things up right now. We're able to accept a ransom. We'll hand him over, give us some more coin. We also have another champion arrive, which kind of who did arrive? So we have Sir Bjorn Kven has a cautious leader commander trait, minimum battle roll of +4, maximum battle roll of -2. So the battle roll, which affects battles, is our advantage rolls are made by each commander during the battle. These are done on a scale from 0 to 10 and are completely random, but can have a decisive effect on the outcome of the battle. So this just basically increases how low his minimum can go, but also affects how high his can go as well. So he has a decent commander trait, but we also see his prowess is excellent as well. So he's going to be a good fighter on the field, and we have the money to do so. He's only going to cost us 12 gold, easy recruit, and we will force him to be our... So right now, we're only allowed to have, or not say allowed, but we can have 6 champions in our armies at a time. We can look at our top 4 right here, all have excellent prowess. These guys are going to be great on the battlefield, and then our other guys are kind of rounding it out, our marshal and our spy master, they have decent prowess as well. But once we get further into the game, then we can start recruiting more of these guys. Like the prowess here, we've already got a great start when it comes to battle, because these guys are just going to wreck the battlefield right now, especially with kind of the guys that we're facing at this level. So with that being said, we're going to let our troops start rebuilding, and then once everything is full up again, we are going to start looking to take over. We're going to take over our first official war will be against Chieftain Gardar here, and we're going to take over Australand here. So as we wait, we're going to speed up the time a little bit just to All right, cool. We had just our first lifestyle focus pop up, so hit unlock the Bellum Justin, which means once we start this war, it's going to be a little bit cheaper for us to start. And now we also had our second child, which is a daughter. And I think Sif sounds good for our daughter. And while we're waiting for this to happen, let's see what our son. So he's gonna probably end up. I'm gonna assume he's gonna pick up the pensive or curious trait, which means he's probably gonna have a diplomacy and learning tree. But we're gonna wait. He's not quite 2 yet, so I'm not super concerned about that. But I'm thinking that's probably the one that's gonna pop up, which means that's gonna affect how we handle certain things. We may get lucky. He might get the childhood trait that affects these two. So while we're waiting, we're going to disband these people as well. No point in holding them, costing us prestige. While we're doing that, we're going to check on how. So they're almost full. You can see like these guys are all full up now. So our prestige is already positive again. So now we're just waiting for the Huskarls. We're going to speed time up a little bit while we wait. And now that the Huskarls are full, our prestige is back to where it was because we're not having to pay for our troops to be recruiting. So now that we're set here, I'm going to pause the game real quick. We are now going to declare war on our neighbor. Nice thing, he doesn't have any allies, so we don't have to worry about fighting anyone else in this battle. But we also can look at our different options. So we have the invade kingdom, which would be pointless because he's not really a kingdom. We don't have the proper prestige title to do it anyways, and it would cost a bunch of prestige. So can't even do it, so it's not a huge deal. I forgot to pause the music, so we're going to pause that. And then we could also conquer his duchy, which he doesn't have a duchy as well because, again, we don't have the proper, or we could take over the duchy if we had the proper level of fame, which we don't. We need a rank 3 fame, which is illustrious, and right now we're at rank 1 of established. So we can't even do that even if we wanted to. So can't do that one. Then we have conquer county. This is where we can choose if we want to conquer either Nordland or Osterland. We want to take over the chiefdom of Osterland because that's just the one I want to take over, and that's where his capital is, so it's a little bit easier to kind of throw him into submission that route. So we can see here that it's only going to cost us piety, which is why we want to make sure our piety was high, because a lot of our early battles are going to cost us piety. And so it's going to cost us 13 piety, which in relation to everything else, not a huge deal. So we're going to start our war, and then I'm going to move our rally mark closer into this open territory here, raise all our armies, and we have us as the commander, and really we might use this guy here as our commander just for the fact of, well, we have a better commander advantage. So actually we'll do it. We're a reckless commander. We're just going to go in and start attacking our enemy here. And yeah, see, he raised his army as well, but you can see just immediately it's going to be an easy battle for the simple fact that we have a better commander, myself. We have more commander traits. We have more soldiers. We have higher quality soldiers, and we have more. And due to that, we have 2 different men-at-arms that counter his only set of men-at-arms. This is an easy win. If we lose this fight, the game's rigged. So we're going to resume the game again and send this over to here. And while we're doing this, I actually got to check something real quick. I don't need this currently. So we're going to hide the chat box because it doesn't mean anything right now. Okay. So I was realizing that I was probably blocking some stuff over here. So now that we have this covered, we're going to go into battle. Leather-bound secrets. My contacts have sent me a tome written in some strange code. Its leather covers decorated with my mistress's symbols. I've only been able to decipher the few pages so far, but they are deeply fascinating. So Mistress being Freya, which haven't chosen, so I'm not sure. Anyways, so we have some options here. We can unlock its secrets no matter how long it takes. We will gain a martial lifestyle perk out of this. We will gain stressful, but we also will become the owner of this book, which will be an inventory artifact, which we look at artifacts. And then if we wanted to, so I know a fellow believer who would be good for this, I could sell it, gain some coin. We're not worried about coin right now, so there's no need to do that. We can do even Riffler will be enticed by these secrets. Mistress meaning Freya, apparently being the leader of the witches, so that's probably why. But we will have a 79% chance of convincing our spy master to become a witch, and he would also become the owner of the book, but I kind of want the book, so I'm not gonna. And there's also a 20% chance that he will destroy it, but then this will be a guaranteed thing that he will gets the secret witch and he becomes the owner of the book. So we're going to worry about actually converting him naturally later, so I'm not super about it, but we will take the stress hit, unfortunately, but we have the money to do some actions, which I will show here in a sec. We are going to hit this one. We gain a martial perk, which means that's going to, so we are going to hit the engineer for distraction because we're going to go raiding once we take over this territory again. And then we also gain the artifacts. So we have in this tab down here our inventory. Our inventory is here. We can hold 4 trinkets, a weapon, armor, regalia, and a crown. So the book Freya counts as a trinket, so we're going to immediately equip that, but we can see the benefits that this book is going to give us. So we see that it gives us 0.10 or 0.1 prestige per month, so it's an increasing amount of prestige we have. We have a dread gain of plus 20%. Our clergy has a slightly lower opinion of us, but I'm not super concerned about that. And we have a monthly learning lifestyle experience of plus 10%, which means if we wanted to go down the learning lifestyle tree next, it's going to be a small benefit to us. But overall, good first trinket to have. So nice pickup from that random event. And while we're waiting here, I'm gonna see. So slowly, especially we're working on him, getting him to not hate us. Now we're basically playing a game of merry-go-round, trying to. What we might do actually, we're gonna actually start taking over his territory because I'm not playing the chase game with him. We sped up the game because sometimes the sieges can take a long time, and we immediately. Super simple battle. Normally I would like to, if I'm able to, but being that he has Reykjavik under siege and he might end up winning the battle, I sometimes like to go into, especially if I took someone hostage, which sometimes you might take the leader hostage, which this time I guess I didn't. Actually I did. I could potentially ransom him and get money, which is why we won immediately because we took him as ransom. But despite him having a good source of money and I can ransom him and get what I would want from him, I don't want to take the risk in losing the battle myself since they are also super close. Granted, I'm not there, but he could take over someone from my family and increase the likelihood of success there. So rather than risk it, we are going to enforce our demands and win the battle super easy. We didn't even lose a troop doing it. And he accepts because he has no other choice. And from there, we are now in the control of Australian. We're going to disband our army now. There's no reason to have them raised. We're going to set our commander to... So now that we took over this new territory, wasn't ours initially, our marshal here now has the ability to increase control. As we can see, they are not a super huge fan of us, being that we just basically... overthrew their leader. So it's going to take us 8 years, unfortunately, which is quite a long time. But once we do this, it will give us the ability to have this in control and not have to worry about any uprisings from the peasants or anything like that to happen. So we're going to get that going, and let's see how that goes. And now we have our child's first childhood trait of being pensive. My son and heir Dagger is unusually calm child. When the others play their wild games, Dagger often withdraws to some silent corner. He does not speak a lot, but I can tell he is always thinking about something. So I think that's the diplomacy and education one. Actually, no. That is the stewardship and learning tree. But I'm not super concerned about learning right now because it doesn't have a huge effect because we're not the culture head of the North, so we're not going to have any sway in how fast we learn certain things. So what we're going to do now that he has this and has a bonus to this, we're going to send him down the stewardship education tree. So when he gets older, he might have the ability, he's going to have a high stewardship, so he might end up taking over this person's job when I need him to, but we can also have him dedicated to, I don't have, my character here doesn't have a huge stewardship ability, so I might not be the best educator for Dagger. So instead, we're going to go to the educate child tree here. We're going to change the possible guardian and then see who might be the best possible fit. Really, no one is, so we might end up taking it over anyways, just for the sake of being able to control, and also when he gets older and reaches adulthood, he will automatically have the witch's trait. So he will become our ward. We will educate him. There's going to be some times where it's going to eventually affect our stress in doing so, but we have eventually the control over our child's education, which means we're going to be able to kind of choose what his personality traits will be to make him a better character in the long run. So, being that we won our battle against our enemy here, we get to raise a Ruin Stone. Ruin Stone, we gain for a nice prestige out of it, we gain some piety from it, and there's some bonuses that can possibly happen for the territory that the Ruin Stone is raised in. It's going to cost us 50 gold, very well worth it, and now we're going to see where we can, our only option here is to raise it from our vanquished foe, and we lose some stress from that, which is good. So that's what we're going to do. And now we can choose where we set it up. We can set up Investorland, which is what we're going to do because that's our home territory. It's going to give us some bonus immediately from there. Or we could take a roll and get lucky in that we get the Conquest Runestone. We might actually choose Australand because that's going to increase control growth, which means it's not going to take near as long for us to take over. So as you can see, that plus 0.5 control growth per month, I believe it is. Yeah, per month, immediately dropped how long it's going to take our marshal to bring the county control by 2 years. Huge amount of time in this game. Because as I mentioned the last time I played this game, I lasted a whopping 12 years in a different territory. So a lot can happen in such a short period of time, especially once you get the game rolling. So the least amount of time that I can have my marshal spending trying to bring a territory under control, the more time I can have him training commanders or increasing my levy size. So that's going to be huge and helpful in the future. And now that we have this unlocked, we can also create the Duchy of Iceland because we control over half the territories. We only needed 3, which we have 3 out of 4. It's going to cost us 125 gold, which we have the income to do so, and it gives us prestige for completing this. So we are actually going to create the title, and we are now a mighty Jarl. Some benefits of that is that we are now able to recruit another man-at-arms, which is what we're going to do. This time around, we are going to go down the routes. I think, who do we have? We have counters for archers and spearmen, skirmishers, and light cavalry and archers. So we don't really have any counters against heavy footmen, which we don't really fight a ton of at the beginning, but I'd rather be prepared than be unprepared. So rather than go down the route of recruiting more of these specialty troops that the Norse have access to, we are going to either look at doing armored footmen, which is not a huge thing, but we're going to do the light footmen, kind of cheap to maintain, but give us a little bit of extra bonus if we come up against any heavy infantry. We also have this ability, Norse have the ability to have multiple spouses. Well, you have one spouse and concubines, and we have some options, but honestly, I'm not super concerned about that because I'm not super concerned about having a massive amount of children. I mean, besides our character is only 20, we have a lot of pillaging left to do, we might have some better options show up for kids in the future. And not to mention, she's decent, not super great though. And then Inga has a negative physical trait, which is congenital, which is what we're not looking to do. So none of these two are great options. So we're going to avoid taking a concubine at this time. But cool thing with concubines is that if you're looking to, say, increase someone's opinion of you, say we want to increase Chieftain Garter's opinion of us, we could offer him a concubine, in which if we do that, if he was to accept, which he doesn't want to, considering she has negative congenital traits, totally understand that, and she is lowborn, understand that, and his opinion of us in general, but we would gain an opinion bonus from him. So he wouldn't accept her as a concubine, but maybe he would accept Ingrid, which he would, because she's average. Granted, she doesn't have any good no positive congenital traits, but overall he would accept it. But I'm not super concerned about letting her go, so I'm not going to worry about that at this time. And also another bonus is that now that we're not a Jarl, is that we can have more champions in our pool, which something we might look to do. We can recruit this person here, which we might do. It's super cheap, easy filler, and he has a decent commander trait. So just for the sake of making sure we're having the optimal champion effectiveness in the battlefield, recruiting him is not a huge deal, and it only costs us 3 gold. So now that we have all that taken care of, we are going to wait for our light footmen here to fill up their ranks. And then once we do that, we will then head back out and start pillaging. And I can almost guess right now that a lot of this stuff here is going to be already pillaged. So what we're going to look to do once we get our troops raised is we're going to head back down here, because these might be available again. We can probably raid these without too much of an effect, but we're ultimately going to look to head into the Mediterranean, because we're going to look here, these territories and generally in here, compared to especially a lot of the holdings here and some of the holdings here, the amount of money you can get from these territories in Italy, and they have such small armies, the amount of money you get is crazy. Like, we can probably raid 2 of these territories and be heading back to our turf to turn it in within quick succession. So as we're waiting, keeping an eye on that, we're going to speed up the time a little bit. Stocking the stores. With a mighty burp, I push the rest of my plate away from me and sprawl back in my chair. Lately, my kitchens have begun to swell with golden green and freshly hunted game, giving all my courtiers the healthy sheen of the overfed. I grimace, though the bounty is great, it cannot last forever. I must decide what to do with all this excess food. So we have some options here, in that we can salt or smoke it as long as we store it, and this will give us heavily stocked stores, which increases our garrison size by 50%, which means the amount of troops that we hold in this are our territories, which makes it a little bit harder to raid. We can do my guests and I shall dine richly, which will decrease our garrison size by 25%. And then we can eat, even the servants will eat as their Jarl does, in which we can bread for the peasantry. Development growth is a plus 10%. Popular opinions plus 10%, but our nearly empty stores. So this might be the option, because it's going to give us the bonuses outweigh the negatives, and we're not super concerned about people exactly raiding us or attacking us right now. So let the people feast. The way of the hammer. The endless clash of metal on metal, the chafing up armor, the sting of sweat. It is a dance that is familiar as it is exhausting. To raise my hammer, attack, dodge, defend, and repeat. Maybe it would do me good to practice my skills with another weapon. So we can become a respected expert, and this is a permanent trait. Increase our prowess by +2, or we can roll the dice and gaining some prestige and gaining some martial athletics bonus. I would like the permanent respected expert prowess, because it's going to make us a better fighter overall, and we have a bonus to getting lifestyle experience anyways, and we're kind of gathering it quite quickly as it is, so I'm not going to super 100 lifestyle it's not a huge effect for me. One thing I forgot to do is that we have the ability to determine a personal deity. So we have the options to become a devotee of Odin. The character's favorite god is Odin, a god of war, sorcery, death, and poetry. We would get +2 to our intrigue, and our piety per dread would be, so per dread point, we would get 0.03 extra piety per month. We could do the devotee of Uller, which would give us a +3 to our martial. Our movement speed and provinces affected by winter is a +50%, and advantages and provinces affected by winter is a +2. We can become a devotee of Thor. This character, his favorite god is Thor, and a god of protection, storms, humanity, and strength. We would gain +2 to our stewardship, and our prowess would get +3. Or we can gain devotee of Freyr, which would give us a fertility boost of 25%, which means we'd have kids more likely, and control growth of 0.1 per month. These two are the options I'm looking at. This would be good for the control growth alone, but if I take over him as a stewardship, I believe my stewardship is high enough that if I take a couple more points, get another few more bonuses in stewardship, I can increase my domain holdings from 3 to 4, which means once we are able to start attacking again, we can take over this territory and we can take control over it as well and not have to worry about suffering any penalties for having too many domain holdings. So with that, we're going to take over, we're going to dedicate our worship, and then we're going to choose Thor, Friend of Humanity. And so you can look here, instead of, we are now holding 3 out of 4 domain holdings. So once we are able to attack him, once this truce is up, which I don't know how long it's going to take, it should, we should be able to see here, our truce ends in 876, so 5 years. Once we take this over, we're going to attack him again, take it over, and we will be full on our domain holdings. And from there, we will start branching out our territory into start heading south and starting here. And then once we start taking over these, we won't be able to hold these territories necessarily, but we can start handing them over and making people vassals, which means we can start taking a look at who we want to, I guess, have a better opinion of us, because giving them a territory and gives us a huge opinion boost. But also we can start recruiting people in our court that have good abilities like stewardship or diplomacy or martial or intrigue, and we can start making it easier to, because vassals naturally want to have a seat on our council. So we can start making people vassals that have good traits, and then we can start kind of swaying who we want on our council to give us the best possible people for the position. So now that we have this, it's going to be a few years before we have to worry about that, but now we're kind of starting to lay the groundwork for that in the future. Advice: protecting against schemes. Many dangers lurk in the shadows, and a third of a scheme is never far away. So schemes, not super concerned about that at the moment, because no one should really be scheming against us except for maybe him. But we're going to check on our army. They're almost full, so we're going to resume the game, wait for them to get full up, and now that they are, we are going to raise all our troops as raiders and head back out into the world. And so I can keep better track of this army. We are going to head out, and then we are going to start heading south. We look here, so they've been relatively raided. It'll be 2 years before they can be raided again, unfortunately. But we can start looking here and start moving into the Mediterranean. So I'm not going to worry about them, because granted, I have a very sizable army, but I don't want to necessarily try to pick too many fights I might not be able to handle. Granted, there's some lucrative options there. To make my Hofgodi Gandalfer more susceptible to my attempts at approaching him, I can include a compliment in my next missive to his court. So, we have some options here, and I've found a good way to actually help sway this, in that we can choose one of these to potentially have the opinion that he takes the compliment well, gives us a little bit of bonus opinion, or we can possibly lose some opinion, or you can just keep it short professional and not risk it. But I found if you take a look at some of his ability, his traits, like he's fickle, paranoid, and brave. And not to mention, he has a very huge, strong prowess. So, handsome appearance doesn't seem like it's going to work. Assertive presence might, but being that he has the brave trait and he has prowess, strength of arm might be our best option to see if that will work. So we're going to choose that one and see what happens. And while we're waiting, we have another bonus. And now that we have this, we can choose living off the land, which means we're going to raid faster and our supply capacity overall is going to be faster. But being that we're away from home, not a huge deal. So here's our response. Our recent correspondence has been a source of joy for me. I cannot help but think that we might both benefit from increased communication. So it worked. We chose the right option just based off of kind of looking at what personality traits he had, and his prowess alone kind of gave us a hint on what might be the best option for success. So we're going to choose X. So we're good to go with that. Here we now have our third child, which is our daughter, with a tired yet blissful smile. Gita presents me with a perfect little daughter. We are going to change her name to, I think Mare sounds good. Let me see. So she hasn't picked anything up yet. So while we're waiting, we can look here as like even just going into the Mediterranean, we're definitely not going to attack these people because they have a huge army and it is not smart to try to go toe-to-toe with them for raiding purposes. But we can just look here, even at the entrance alone, like this territory alone will give us 24 raiding loot. That's almost a sixth or a seventh of our total loot capacity just from this one city. But they have a decent sized military, and I don't want to necessarily deal with that. Despite plus they have cavalry, I don't think we have we would actually have a very decent chance because their camel raiders, while they have a lot of them, don't really counter any of our troops. But I'm not super concerned about them because they have a decent sized military and not exactly wanting to pick a fight with them just yet. Instead though, we can look at hitting on the Emirate of Bajaya, and they have a few here that we might hit. We're going to avoid them because that's not a huge amount of raid loot. It's a waste of time in my eyes to kind of hit that, but we will hit the Willia of theirs. Resume the game here. Typhus, my poor daughter. Today I was given grave news. My daughter Sif has fallen ill with typhus. The future is uncertain. Death lingers closely by her bedside, yet she might survive. Only the Norns know. The physician wants to know how my daughter should be treated. So we have some options here that we can be cautious and do no more than what is necessary. A safe treatment might lessen symptom temporarily and has few risks. We could the time has come for drastic measures. A risky treatment may have great outcomes, but could also lead to worsened symptoms or permanent injuries. We could be kind of cruel, and we can be either no treatment, which means she'll most likely die, which I don't really want that to happen, or we could go down the round of we trust his judgment, which, being that Frody here is such a good physician, I might risk that option rather than going the safe route. He might choose this one, but I feel confident in his ability to take care of Sif. So we're going to trust his judgment and see what outcome happens from it. But we can just take a look that she picked up typhus, which, as you can see, is immense. Like, it's terrible for that to happen. So hopefully she will pull through, but time will tell. So we're going to start raiding here. And we finished there. We took a prisoner, and eventually I'm sure they will want to ransom. But now we're gonna go here, and I know for the same reason that I said I did want to attack them at first, I'm willing to take the risk because this territory, Cagliari, has a bunch of different territories that can get us a lot of money. which is kind of what we're looking for. And then from there we can also move up into north. And look, wonderful great is that the treatment plan helped, and she's no longer affected by typhus, which is super good. But as I was saying, from here we can move north into the Judicatu of Galura, which they also have quite a bit of holdings that we can pull money from. So this island alone is going to net us quite a bit of income just from their 4 territories. And then from there we can determine what our next option is going to be, because we have quite a large loot haul that we can make. And being that we have such a large army, I don't think they're going to stand up against us. So we're going to basically have free reign over this place, which looks like what's going to happen now. So because you notice, like, once you start raiding here, initially it took us about 30 days, maybe a little over 30 days, but we can see right here it's already happening faster. Really suffering no, we're losing 1% monthly attrition while we're raiding, but compared to the overall thing, that's not a huge number that affects us. So now we're going to move over to the next territory here. So right now we're just running rampant across this Italian Mediterranean island and having a field day with causing havoc amongst these territories. Being here, we took over a prisoner that can be ransomed. Not a ton of money, but 10 gold better than no gold. So we're going to take it. We're going to move north here. And then another thing, we have a distant criminal can be challenged. General Order the Deep-Minded of the Northern Army has committed crimes against you as a fornicator, but cannot be imprisoned, allowing you to challenge her to a trial by combat, which we're going to take a look at her, which I'm assuming, being that she is unfortunately female, that she's going to choose a champion to fight in her stead. But her crime here is a fornicator, which means she had extramarital affair, essentially, which is imprisonment, is something that can be a crime for the Astruans. So we have the options here to challenge her to trial by combat, which she will use one of her champions instead. So I'm not sure what she has available to her. We might be able to look at what her courtiers look like, but we can see that if we can choose to fight her for gold, which if we win, she pays us 75 gold and gains 60 stress. But if we lose, we gain 60 stress. We can also get a weak hook on her. Not going to matter because she's not even a ruler. She is she is a ruler, but we're not concerned about hooks at the moment. Then we can also choose humiliation, which will increase their stress by a ton, and we can, but if we lose, we gain 6 stress. So we're going to go down the gold route. And while I'm here, it's starting to get dark outside, I'm going to flip on the light because I didn't plan for this earlier. So we're going to challenge trial by combat and see who we choose. But I have a good feeling about it because we have 26 prowess, which is going to be what's going to be determining some of these battles. So I feel like our ability to fight, we're going to superior. So she chose Helgi Kettleson, who has 12 prowess to fight us. This is going to be an easy fight, hopefully. So trial by combat. So for a few brief moments, Helgi and I pace in lazy half circles, each watching for an opening. I couch my spear ready to defend myself while he clutches his sword firmly to hand. This fight may only be till first blood, but that doesn't ease my nerves. With a sudden twitch, our bout begins. Helgi retaliates with a smooth flowing series of quick slashes and powerful cleaves. So he's chosen the option to take a medium likelihood of success with a low increase in risk. So we can choose to do this option, strict guard. We will focus on defending, gives a low likelihood of success, or a low increase of success. We have a 0 risk of injury, but we gain 10 stress because we're wrathful. We can go with the next option, which is a confident attack, which will give us a median, basically do exactly what he's doing, medium chance of success, low risk injury. Or we could do attempt to disarm him, which increases low likelihood of success and a medium increase to risk of injury, but again we get 10 stress because we're wrathful. So we're going to go with the same option that he chose. So my spear flows around Helgi like water, with each strike chaining fluidity into the next. A series of perfectly timed attacks, well aware that he is utterly outmatched, Helgi hurls himself at me bodily, forcing me backwards with all the desperation of the doomed. My form is good, with only small errors, and Helgi's stance is formidable. I have yet to open up my opponent's guard at all and see no way to claim victory. It's only the first round, so it's not unsurprising. So again, we can attempt to disarm him, not concerned about it. We can go the route of trying to tire the opponent, which it makes it harder for us to become injured. But he's kind of done the flailing action, very high chance of success with a high risk of injury. But we can also go the route of hard grit, which is an ability that we're able to do because we are a shield swain. So that's already paying for us. And bringing our experience to bear, we lay down a battery of determined attacks. We have a high chance of success with no risk of injury. So this is all positives. And so that should have a huge effect. With practiced ease, I evade a strike from Helgi, stepping into the blow and bringing my spear up for a piercing thrust. Before darting back out to a safe distance, Helgi retaliates with a smooth, flowing series of quick slashes and powerful cleaves, each strike forcing me back a little more. My form is excellent, with little chance for mistake, and Helgi's stance is incredible. I have yet to open my opponent's guard at all and see no way to claim a victory. So our next actions, we can go to strict guard, go back to defending. We can attempt to disarm him yet again, and we can go to the route of trying to tire him, which I think might die because I want to try to avoid injury, and I think overall we're going to win this fight. It's just a matter of how. So, easy time. Time and again, I backpedal, dodge, and weave, always keeping just within tempting distance, target distance. Soon, Helgi showing signs of exhaustion. Unexpectedly, Helgi manages to swing a vicious kick from my shin, momentarily hobbling me. My form is excellent, and I've yet to open his guard. So now we go with strict guard again. We could do the expert onslaught, which is a high chance likelihood of success and a medium chance of risk of injury, but we lose 5 stress because we're wrathful. Or we could go with the zealous trait that we have, which will divine wrath. With a shouted prayer, you humble yourself before Odin. We gain 10 piety. We have a low likelihood of low increase to success, no risk of injury. So I think we're gonna go with this one because we want to try to make some moves here. And we win. My spear arm moves fast as lightning and strikes as hard as sundered stone. Blow to blow, I beat my opponent into bloody, concussed submission, hammering him into the ground with all the fury of Tyr can lend me. When all that's left is a quivering pile of bleeding man, I wonder if I've gone too far. Then Helgi coughs hard enough to lose his grip on his sword, and I allow myself a little sigh of relief. With the worry over, I kick my foe's weapon away and lay my own against his throat. It takes a few tries, but Helgi gets the yield out eventually. I am victorious. So Helgi gains the trait wounded. He loses his the person he was fighting for battle. So we gain 75 gold. Resting easy back in Reykjavik, I exult in my success. My spear laid across my lap. In an ideal world, I had been able to land a winning blow squarely on Jarl Arders. Sadly, it wasn't to be. Beating Helgi to a pulp would have to do instead. A sack of silver rests him against my shin, the satisfying weight a testament to justice well served. I had each coin counted, one by one, in front of everyone before we rode home. Yesterday, we put our quarrel before the gods, and the gods answered wisely. So, we won that battle, and we're going to go back to raiding. And while we're sitting here, actually we're going to finish this real quick, and I'm going to raid here, and then we're going to take a small break, another 5-minute break here, give me a chance to get some water. I'm going to grab a piece of fruit to eat real quick, so I'm kind of getting a little bit hungry. So we're going to take a break, I'm going to hit the music again, and we will be back in about 5 or so minutes. So be back in a bit.
shaking. Take a rest. Love, forgive me if I'm not the best. Open your eyes and clench my hands. No need to cry if it's not the end. And you might be in love with somebody. Baby, I need to know. Baby, I need to know. And you might be in love with somebody, and I want you to know. I wish that you were here with me. Drunk, I be laying down. I be watching those grams on my phone till I pass out. I be lying, but I hope you will know that I love you. Sometimes I saw your face and I don't know how you feel. And you might be in love with somebody. Baby, I need to know. Baby, I need to know. And you might be in love with somebody, and I want you to know. I wish that you were here with me.
Okay, we are back. So, I apologize if I'm gonna be eating. I just have a banana and some tangerines, so nothing huge. Shouldn't be too much of an issue. But when you're hungry, and I need to get a new bottle of water since I finished my last one. Okay, so where we had left off was we had just finishing raiding this territory. And right now we are a little under half full in terms of our raid loot, so we still have quite a bit of ways to go, which means now that we're here, we are going to move north into the Judicatu of Galura, which again, nice source of income because they have 3 nice juicy territories here that shouldn't really be too much of an issue for us to try and pillage, because their army is definitely even worse than theirs, so they shouldn't stand up to us either. So should be an easy raiding territory, and then from there we're going to head to the main boot of Italy, which is where a lot of money is. So, easy enough, easy win. We're just gonna kind of speed time up because this is trivial at this point. We're just gonna move right along here, and now we're done raiding this territory. We still have about 43 gold that we can still claim. Now, in terms of the rest of this area, this is actually the cheap islands. If you look over here, we're not going to attack the papacy because they have ridiculously strong army. As we can see, they have light footmen, pikemen, and augurs. Their entire army is basically, or over half their army is men at arms. That is not going to work. We're not going to win that fight, even though we can look here. We highlight our troops. You can see that there is a lot of money to be had here, especially in sacking Rome. But stupid idea, we're not going to do it. Next best option, we're going to avoid Italy because Italy itself, massive country, has a large army as well. So again, not a smart option. But then we have the county of Napoli. We can look here that this territory alone has 25 gold just from this castle, and then 14 gold here. We do the math, that's 39 gold, and by the time we factor in our monthly attrition rate while we're raiding, this will basically fill us up just the rest of the way, just from these two towns. It's 39 gold, which at our current holding rate is basically a fifth of what we would be capable of holding just from this one town alone. Then we can look at towns like and the Salerno territory is another 23 gold. The city of Mariti is another 13 gold, and Salerno is an easy picking too. Then we have Camarda, super easy, 17 gold. Then there is avoiding the Byzantine Empire because that's even stupider than attacking the papacy. But then we can look over here into the territories from the Adriatic Sea, and excuse me, we have the county of Trebungia, Trebunija, I believe that's right. 6, 9, 17, easy pickings. Another territory, 4, 9, 9. We might lose some troops if we try raiding those, so we might avoid those. But we can see here that this territory is so ripe with money, and normally their armies aren't that strong. It's crazy that how much money can be gained just from these areas, especially once these territories start breaking up. Because eventually these kingdoms will separate. Parts of West Francia will separate. These territories tend to conglomerate pretty easily. But then if we ever get big enough and we end up raiding out this area, there's nothing really to do here, we could even keep going down the coast here along the northern tip of Africa and even go through into the Red Sea, and then we have all these territories down here. Like, there is so much room for money here. It is crazy, and it gives us our Viking ability, or our Viking trait that we're looking for, and just avoids having to deal with the congestion of raiding that comes from these territories, because it's crazy. We are definitely defying history, because I don't know if there's any recorded history of any Vikings ever pillaging Italy or Northern Africa. Nothing that I've ever read. Granted, I'm sure there's probably some documentation that can confirm that or not, but just imagine how rich they would be if they actually did what we're doing now. Like, you'd think they got rich off of raiding kind of the Europe. Imagine what would happen if they made it to Italy and the Mediterranean, if these historical contexts are correct in terms of the perceived richness that these territories hold. So now we're going to resume the game. We're going to head back into raiding. And being that their army's 506, like, they're not even going to bother trying to oppose us. So we're going to speed through this. We're going to speed through this as well. And then we took a ransom, kind of lowborn commoner. I think he's yeah, he's not even, he's what, probably the, yeah, he's a brother to the current ruler. So he's not super important because, for whatever reason. So we're going to fly through that, and if we look here now, we are full on our raid loot capacity. So we are going to head back to our territory here. We picked up even more prisoners from that. We have the Mayor Marinos of Amalfi, and we took over his wife, so he's going to give us a fair amount of coin, more than your standard person. So 15, easy 15 gold. And then we can also ransom his, I'm assuming, maybe not child, but his grandson. So another 10 gold. So we got 25 gold just from the ransoms from them. Here, I'm surprised he doesn't want to be. Oh, that's why, because he is broke as shit. So he not concerned about. This person, again, not concerned about. He might not last long enough for us to be able to sacrifice him necessarily. But the Emir here, when we get back, we might do the option of hosting a grand blot, because we will have the money to do so and have the money to host a grand blot, or the best one with a live sacrifice, and get the most benefits that we can from it. So that's what we're going to end up doing. And someone is apparently raiding us, and I don't think we're going to get back in time to stop them, unfortunately. But what we can do is that they're going to continue to try to raid us, at which point we're going to basically shut them down and take whatever loot they gained, and so on. So here's a cool thing that the Vikings get access to, is that they can be recruited for the Varangian Guard. So by the time my steward, Eisen, comes to me with this plan, he seems to have already made up his mind. Serving with the Varangians and Miklagard will bring us both wealth and glory. I cannot deny that part, but how can I deny his request? On the other hand, would it be right to stop? So if he goes, which he's gonna go, I'm gonna let him, he will gain the trait of Varangian, which will give him a small bonus to his diplomacy ability. He'll gain some martial, gain some prowess, and he'll have better defense. So basically, historically, the Byzantine Empire hired mercenaries like crazy, and we have the option of sending characters to do that. And if we hit a certain level in one of the dynasty trees, we can actually volunteer people for that. But I haven't tried that before, so we may look into doing that once we get enough dynasty points to decide. So I'm gonna let him go, one, because I didn't even realize his physical trait. He is not great. The fact that he was our steward is probably just because we had no better options, which I think at the very beginning of the video, or the beginning of the stream, was the case. So letting him go will not only allow us to open up our steward slot, which gives us a better chance of getting someone new and better in there. We won't have to worry about him losing any opinion of us because we fired him. So we're going to let him go. He's going to gain that ability, and he will be back in a couple of years, and then he will probably throw him on the front line with the other knights. So now that he's gone, our steward council slot is open. So we can see who we have available, and really we don't have a ton of great choices, but any choices we do have are better than he was. So we're going to go with Sigbjorn Kven, because he has 11 stewardship, which is fairly decent, and he's honestly just the best option right now that we have. So, and that's just going to increase the the money we can draw from taxes and everything like that. So he is the option one. And meanwhile, we're going to put down this the raiders from the Surgeryar, which is the territory here ruled by Jarl Ivar the Boneless of Surgeryar, which historically, if you're kind of familiar with the sagas and stories of Norse history, Jarl Ivar was one of the sons of Ragnar Lothbrok, which is this person here. Very historical character, very famous and in the initial seasons, one of the main characters of the show Vikings. So he's one of the sons here. And we can look over, he had quite a few, and they're all kind of rulers in their own right. So we have Jarl Bjorn, who is right now the Jarldin of Upland, which is like the primary territory that Ragnar controlled, which this will become Sweden at one point. Then you have Earl Ubbe Ragnarsson of Westmoreland. He's kind of in charge of some territory over here in Jorvik, falling under his brother, Jarl Halfdan Whiteshirt, who is the Jarldom of Jorvik here. And then there is Jarl Sigurd's Snake in the Eye of Jylland, which is this territory right here. So all of Ragnar's kids are in this game, which is pretty cool. They had some very good historical context because this all happened around that time. But we kind of got picked on by Jarl Ivar here, but surprisingly, I'm not exactly sure why. Because normally he has a pretty strong army, but he probably burned through his initial allotment of troops, because when the game started, this territory was under control to form this area here. And then each of the Ragnar's sons, they had massive armies that were all part of this massive battle. So he probably burned through his people, and that's all he's left with. He doesn't have much left to combat. So that's probably why his raiding party was so small, which was easy pickings for our guys. Unfortunately, it kind of makes things annoying in the fact that we have to try to get control under here, which we might get this one changed. 10 months, this will reduce this by a little bit too. So we're going to deal with that. And now we also have the ability to hold a grand plot. So it's high time that all of Ireland comes together to make sacrifice to the gods. These rituals not only bind the faithful together, they confirm my place as Jarl of the land. So we organize a grand plot involving, we can decide the scale of the festival, selecting what kind of sacrifices will be offered. We gain or lose popular opinion and character opinion depending on the tenets of your faith. And we also gain piety because we are Ash Truin. And we will look into doing that here in a sec, but I want to see if we're able to. So no, we can't necessarily fight him yet. He doesn't want to accept vassalage for numerous reasons. So we're just going to go ahead and host the grand plot. And now we have the options to choose. So we have all those smaller plots are held for many occasions throughout the year. Once a decade, the Estruans of Ireland come together for a grand celebration and most importantly, a grand sacrifice. Though plentiful blood is shed for the gods, the meat of offerings goes to the faithful. Such a rich feast generally makes for an incredible party. Of course, such an affair is expensive, and certainly not all Astruans need to be invited. So we can determine who gets to come. We can perhaps just the people of Vestron, which is just this territory. We can choose all the freemen of my domain shall come, which is the option we're going to go to because that's the only two, because otherwise we would just choose not to do it at all. So everyone's going to be invited because it's going to give us more popular opinion moving forward. So we're going to wait for those decisions to pop up. And then while we're here, an unworthy challenge. At first, I thought Simple Footman a fool for stepping onto the training field, although Hrolfr seemed no threat at first. It quickly became clear that he would be unable to stop his wild and vicious strikes from hurting me. Disarming him suddenly became a matter of life and death. I tried not to show my relief when his sword finally hit the ground. We are probably getting some considerable amount of stress from this, but we have the ability to get another knight, which we kind of need due to our size increase. And he has very good prowess, and he has some very good tenets to the thing. So we could recruit him. This peasant and all my soldiers will get a lecture in honor, and we can gain some prestige and piety from it, or we could strike him down and gain dread. I'm not super concerned about dread right now, but we could use another good knight, so we're going to recruit him. And you see it increase our, we're hitting pretty high on the stress levels right now. And while we have the opportunity and have the funding to do so, we can do these two options here. Hosting feasts and calling for hunts are good ways to reduce your stress in the beginning because it kind of really nulls the effect of it and gives us some benefits as well. So right now we're just going to host a hunt. We're going to lose 30 stress for it. It's going to cost us 33 gold, but we won't be able to do it for 5 years, unfortunately. So we're going to host this hunt. We're going to resume the game. Hunt encounters. We ride deep into the chiefdom of Australand. The ground grows wetter and the air grows heavier. Suddenly, from out of the greenery surrounding us, a giant of a man appears, hulking in layer upon layer of dirty clothing. Explain yourself, he shouts. What are you doing on my marshland? So we have these options here. Your marshland, is it? Then show us around. If we do this option, we gain the benefit of local guide, which gives us +2 prowess, and we gain 500 stewardship lifestyle bonus experience, which that might be enticing. We can choose the option to let us talk this through, which we can get the listen to the local concerns, control growth of +1 per month for 5 years, or we could be spending some prestige for it, or we could do here's something to hunt. Finally, we gain dread. He dies. I wish we could actually recruit him, because how much would it cost us? It might be actually worth recruiting him, because he would make a good knight as well, but we would also gain a negative ability of kill local, which would increase our control growth but lower our popular opinion, which might be a good option in the fact that we're about to host a grand blot, which would give us a benefit. But I want to potentially invite him to court and then gain some stewardship. That might be the option I go next. Is actually no, because I'm pretty, our popular opinion is going to get a rise from the blot and gives us some dread, which is going to be semi-helpful. So, hunt returning. The hunt is drawing to an end. We mount our horses to leave the taiga behind as the light fades from the sky. To heed the call of the wild is usually an adventure, and this outing truly delivered both the good and the bad in overabundance. So we gained prestige from this. We got some stress loss, which is helpful, and then so due to us kind of pissing off the peasants, they are raising up against us. Okay, the grand blot. A blot can be both a grand and small affair by tradition. They also include both human and animal sacrifice. Several prisoners will be offered to the gods, perhaps even including a special choice of my own, their lives given in tribute to the gods. Though the beliefs of the Asatru demands this, there are some at court who are disgusted by the very idea, and the ceremony can proceed with purely animal sacrifices if I wish to avoid controversy. I don't think anyone from our court necessarily should be too put off, as our spy master might be, but we'll sway him eventually. So what we're going to look at here is we could go the basic option of decent array of animal sacrifice will be enough, and we'll gain opinion, and popular opinion will be less than with a human sacrifice, but we'll gain 50 piety. We could bring forth beast or fowl for every man, cost us some gold, and we'll gain some more. Subjects do not endorse human sacrifice will not lose opinion. For popular opinion, tradition matters. Opinion will be on par with magnificent, but then we're going to go with this option here, because we gain the most piety and pretty much everyone except for our spy master, I guess. So this is the best option while we have it, and then we're going to go into prisoner's tree, and we are going to designate the emir here as the sacrifice, because we said we were going to choose a human sacrifice, and we have a prisoner that will be a good one. He just happens to be emir too, so we're going to cause some regime change in Africa. So we gain another lifestyle perk point, and this time we're going to go down the center one, because it's going to start increasing the abilities of our men-at-arms. And for now, this is almost done, so we're not super concerned about the peasant rabble here in Australia quite yet, because I think they had 50 months before they can send an ultimatum in 47 months. And we're going to get him back on the case, so we're going to speed this up. So another thing from the Grand Blot, the temple is filled past busting with happy cheering Ashtraluans, all roaring as Muhammad is hauled up to the altar, the very first in a long line of men and beasts stretching far out the doors. He thrashes ferociously as the Godar throttle his life away, the light in his eyes lasting till the first animal is slaughtered. Human corpses to the hanging tree, animals to the cooking fires, all gore is collected in a bowl, and Godar uses it as paint the walls of the temple inside and out. Truly a spectacle worthy of the gods. So we have the ability to do it this way to Odin and Freya of the Njord, of the how do we pronounce that? So what will happen is Gandalfur, which is I believe our Hofgodi, gains 50 opinion of us, and we lose 65 stress because we're zealous. And what has happened though is that we gain 300 piety. His family hates us. He dies, and every Asatru character gained 30 opinion of us. Every invited county, which is all of them, gained 30 opinion. So that's going to negate the popular opinion that we lost from killing that guy. And every realm character who does not support human practices, so we can see his opinion severely dropped of us, lost 50 opinion of us. Or we can go to the time to rub shoulders with the common muck, which we already gained all the benefits of this. We don't gain the immediate benefits of increasing our opinion with our Godi, but we get more popular. We went to the Grand Sacrifice and went to the People's Grand Sacrifice, which gives us even more popular opinions. So we're going to do this one because we're not concerned about the stress of the one, because we have another option for affecting our stress amount and to remove the peasant rabble faction. That being said, our half Godi is almost maxed out, so I'm not concerned about swaying him anymore. So we're going to start working on swaying our... What we're actually going to do, though, while I think about it, is actually ransom. He took over that jerk. He took our daughter as prisoner. I guess we'll pay for the ransom, but we will start swaying our spouse. Actually, we're going to start converting her to witchcraft. We have a high chance of success, so it's just going to take a matter of time to do that. Now, are we able to declare war yet? No, we are not. How much longer do we have? We have 31 January of 876, so we have a year left before we can go to war again. So now we're just in the waiting game, but while we do wait, we're going to host a feast, which is another one of those options that we can use, lose some stress, and gain some benefits as well. It only costs us 50 gold to do this, and begin the feast. And it's going to basically invite a random assortment of people. We don't really have a lot of vassals to sway, so it's just going to give us some general increases. Feast all over my new shirt. We could all tell High Chiefess Gita had too much to drink, even though she insisted on showing us how sober she was. Simply rising from her seat proved too much for her, and now I'm covered in stinking vomit. So both these options are not great. You ought to be ashamed of yourself, Gita. You gain higher standards of courtesy for 5 years, which gives us +1 prestige per month. We spend 150 prestige, and we lose... she loses 10 opinion of us. If we do this one, what show you put on, we gain 60 stress, we spend 75 prestige, but she gains 30 opinion of us. We can afford to lose some prestige, and we will kind of gain that back eventually over time. Cradled by death. As I wait outside the birthing chamber, each minute feels like a lifetime. Gita's screams have ceased, with no infant's cry to replace it. Something is wrong, I can feel it in my bones. The door opens, the midwife's wretched expression confirms all my fears. I am so sorry, my lord, Lady Gita, your daughter. They are both in Valhalla now. So we gained some stress, which is expected, and unfortunately lost our first wife. So now we have the opportunity to find a new spouse, and we are still relatively young, which is going to be helpful. And now we're going to go back to looking for inheritable traits now, and we're going to adjust the years, and bit old, and we're going to wait a few years, but it's not a huge factor for us at the moment, in that she has one of the best vehicle. She has the top trait for the beautiful, for the physical trait that falls inside with this congenital trait tree. With this, she gains +3 diplomacy, her fertility is increased by 30%, and her attraction opinions is +30. This trait is congenital, which means our future children with her have the potential of picking up this trait, or maybe a lesser version of it. So, while it may be weird that we're 11 years older, it could actually pay off for us that we might be able to start getting the congenital traits in line and start getting those rolling to have the chance of making it a continual thing for kids in the future. So we're going to send the proposal and see what happens as far as accepting, which it shouldn't be an issue considering she's a lowborn child. And so, okay, we're going to resume the game. Feast, disaster strikes. My lord, the wine we cracked open the next barrel has gone bad. It has all gone bad. The feast is still raging, but without drink, the mood is sure to dwindle to a cruel pace. So this option, we have the money to do so. There's a lot of times in the past I haven't had the money to do this, but the wine merchant should still be in town. We gain fought thirst for the next 10 years, which the supplier gets with enough drink for the job. We'll get +0.5 prestige per month. Or we could spend some prestige, gain 15 gold, this will be more beneficial to us, but we could have everyone chip in and we would get paid for it. I don't want to spend any more prestige, so we're going to do this option. We have the money to do it, and now we have even more prestige per month. Now we're going to have him go back over to reigning in Australian, and then while we're waiting on that, feast ends and we pretty much gain prestige, lose some stress, and now we are back to essentially waiting. So while we are waiting though, we're going to raise our raiders again, and then we're going to head back to the Mediterranean because we need more money. And now we're going to have this option. We're going to hit Salerno and these other ones, and we're going to be easy pickings yet again. And we might have enough that, what's their army like if they were to rise up against us? So they have bowmen, pickmen, and camel riders, which I think we counter them, I believe. We don't just have counter, but we have better troops, and we have counters these guys as well. So overall, though, this will be an E. He might not stick up to us, but we won't know until we get done raiding here and actually try to start raiding. Otherwise, we do that though. If we start raiding him, we can see here that they have a bunch of different territories that have the ability to give us quite a lot of money. Now the only, I say the only downside, but one big downside to us losing our wife is that we are back to only able to hold 3 domains, which is unfortunate, because we are starting to come to that point where we could potentially start a war with this person again. And I might end up waiting the 3 years for our marriage to happen before I decide to do this. That way I can hold the territory that I want without worrying about having any domain hold pendings or having to give up any titles necessarily quite yet. So our daughter here forgot to pay attention, but she picked up the curious trait, which gives her diplomacy and learning. She might be a good option for, she's already got a huge learning boost as a 6-year-old. So we're gonna actually have her be educated by our marshal. Oh no, actually our Hofgood, because he has really good high match, so he's gonna be a good teacher and gives us some more opinions, and now he's gonna be maxed out essentially. Okay, so we don't really have a ton of options now other than waiting. This is the part of the game where we're kind of in a stage where there's not a ton to do other than raid, which takes time, and we don't exactly have the income to start building stuff, which once we do this next raiding, we're going to start getting some more income. Now we can actually start building up buildings here, which is going to start increasing our output as terms of troops and coin, and hopefully start setting up in the future. For now though, we're going to focus on the raiding and hit Salerno, which you can see there, 23 just from that one. The Impresso Fiero Frege of Island, I've been corresponding with your Chancellor Skalder. I must say I have come to see you in a new light. Perhaps you are even someone that one day we'll be proud to call my friend. So he gained his 30 opinion of us. I don't think he's still going to offer... Yeah, he's still not going to be our vassal. So, yeah. He's not going to give us a couple years. Okay, now that we have all our territories under control again, we're going to set our marshal back to training commanders, because we want to make our knights stronger and better. And we are able to, not quite yet, we still have 2 years before we can start inviting more champions, but he's just going to make what knights we have currently, make them better. We have a nice ransom here, which, how much is their income? They have 0.2 per month, so it's going to take them forever to get to 100 gold, so we're just going to take the 35 gold and go with it, just because I don't want to necessarily wait for them to try to get 100 gold to try to officially pay off that ransom. So we finished raiding there, and I think we're actually going to head here instead and start raiding and go up and down the coast and eventually make our way back up to here, if we have space for it or not. So they didn't stand up to us, which is nice. We're just gonna head straight down to this one. And then we're just gonna work our way back up. We're gonna skip through a lot of this just because, again, it's just time consuming. And this is all kind of tedious stuff. As you can see here, like our marshal being such a good at what he does, he's already increasing some of our commander's abilities. And now we're gonna move here. Easy pickup. We're not gonna bother with them. They've been raided, unfortunately. They're a bit strong to raid. Venice here, that's a terrible idea because I don't know if that would be smart. Venice, and even then, we might look at that in the future. We gain available perks, we're gonna hit and run, so it's gonna reduce the amount of losses we take in battle. Now we're gonna start looking here, and they're in the middle of war, and they have a low army count. So all these territories of theirs here are kind of up for the taking. So we're actually gonna focus on this island. So what we're gonna end up doing is hopefully they stay at war, and we're gonna run our guys back, turn them in, and we'll come back down and hopefully get more off of them. And as we can see here, we actually finally hit the threshold needed to gain the trait Viking. So for years, I've swept out on devastating raids, bringing the full fury of Odin to a trembling world. For surely, if he disapproved, he would have struck me down by now. Instead, my household sleeps surrounded by stolen fineries of foreign rulers, and exotic slaves warm my bed. Truly noble and peasant alike quail at my approach, and parents silence crying children with the threat that I'll be visiting. So we gain the trait Viking, which we'll go over that again. We gain +2 to our martial. We gain 3 more prowess. We gain +3 prestige, and other Vikings have a better opinion on us. So overall, this is what we were looking for, and now we're just going to continue on with our pillaging practices. to the point that we are basically full. There's no reason to attack anything else because most of the territories around here will basically be a waste of coin if we try raiding them. So blood and spit. Apparently Sif spit on my son Dagger's food during a dinner a few nights ago. You're a whelp, Dagger screams, but you're a newt, Sif screams back. Dagger has been fighting with Sif every day since. Not a minute goes by without them plotting some sort of revenge. So this is where we get to choose our first learning trait that Dagger will have. So if we choose this option, it's going to cause us no stress. He will keep the trait vengeful, which we might end up doing because I don't plan on him being diplomatic. So it's not going to hurt him if he takes this. We could go the option, we'll gain 30 stress if we do it, but he loses the trait vengeful and picks up the trait deceive, which is unfortunately sinful to the Asatruans, and he can lose diplomacy, gains a nice boost to intrigue. He unlocks the study the art of a scheming decision, but that might not be the best option. Or we can again gain stress, and he will instead gain the trait calm, which is +1 to diplomacy, +1 to intrigue. His stress loss is +10%. His dread decay is increased. His scheme discovery chance is +10%. The opinion of calm characters is +10, and opinion of wrathful is -10. We're gonna go with wrathful. Easy decision, saves us stress, which we were kind of sitting at halfway, so we don't want to mess with stress too much because it's going to potentially risk us hitting the critical cap, which we don't want to deal with. Who is he allied with? Okay, so this just turned interesting in the fact that he is now attacking us, and what is he looking to do as far as he's wanting this territory of ours? Okay, so we definitely need to get back as soon as possible and hope that we, and I think he saved up his gold that had grew quite a massive army, but now we're back home, race back home, and we theoretically should win this fight because his allies left them, which is super helpful. You can see like here that he left his allies out to dry. So this is going to be an easy fight for us, and then we'll chase them down. But we also have this decision here, Cynical Bent. Upon returning from a successful raid, every good Norseman knows to sacrifice a little of their gains to the gods. Every good Norse sect Frodi, which is unfortunate. As the result of us dividing the spoils, boasting of our best prices, our best pieces, and discussing which will give in thanks for good fortune and fair ones. I notice that he remains silent. Upon confronting the man, he even admits that I saw no hand of the gods in our raid, my hero. Only my own hands doing my own work. My share is from me. So this is going to be some challenges, and we're probably gonna lose in that we can do a learning challenge against Frodi, and we have a 32% chance of success in that we gain 100% piety, Frodi loses 20 opinion of us. If we lose, which we'll most likely do, we spend 50 piety, he loses 30 opinion of us, but we lose automatically. We should lose stress because we're vengeful and zealous. Or we can gain 80 stress, which will take us critical, which this is all over a bad option. And again, this is an even worse option. So we're going to try this. We succeeded in shaming him, surprisingly. I'm actually surprised about that. Kind of tracks though with how the game's been dealing hands in terms of how some of the percentages work. So we didn't lose as much opinion, and we gained some piety out of it. But now we're in battle now. Remove them from the field of play, and now we're waiting to see what our opponent does in terms of, oh nice, our betrothed is now of age to get married, so now we're back to 3 out of 4, and we can designate it's our other daughter, right? Yep, other daughter is also is pensive as well. I'm not sure what trait tree I want to send her down, but she might benefit from her steward. I gotta figure out, make sure I got my son picked right. Yep, okay, got him picked right. She's got the proper tree, and she does as well. So being that we're slightly at a disadvantage in terms of fighting, we may have better troops, but I might want some assurances. So we're gonna look at the mercenaries that are available. We can't it'll put us in too much debt. So we're gonna hopefully be banking on our troops as being better, which is a gamble, but one we unfortunately have to make. Which we do have a better chance of success because we are defending. We have a better army commander, again myself. We have a higher troop quality, but they have more soldiers, but we have a probable chance of winning. So we're going to take this fight, and obviously they're running away for a lot of those reasons that we just had a better opportunity at winning. Okay. So now we're basically playing Ring Around the Rosie and trying to chase these guys down. It's crazy that even with them having close to 500 more troops than we do, they've got to have. He's got 735 mercenaries. That's why his army is so strong. The Anglo-Nordic hybridization, spurred by positive relations and increased neutral or cultural exchange, the Anglo-Saxon and Norse peoples have grown increasingly close over the years. We have the Anglo-Nordics, so it's nothing that concerns us. I hate this part of the game because it involves us chasing them around, and it just gets annoying. But they came back to fight us, which was a mistake on their part. And while we're here, we're just going to end up fighting them and just winning these wars outright because we just have the better troops overall. So now we're going to put the nail in the coffin and eventually just take over, end this war before it really starts. And benefit for us though is that we are going to disband our troops right now. We're going to give us our opportunity to let them recoup and build back up. And then we're going to see what prisoners we have now because we took over some of his guys. We might recruit him. He would make actually a decent goatee. So we're going to negotiate release, recruit, and then negotiate release, recruit. We're going to assign him as our courtier. We're going to go back to our kid relationships. Remove guardian. We want you to be the educator of our daughter. That's fine. I could care less about that. This is going to be super helpful. This is the trait that I was talking about earlier when it comes to raiding Reaver. You can see here, we get a plus 100% to raid speed. So with that, including our martial tree skill point that we chose, our raiding speed is going to be 125% faster, which means we're going to be in and out super, super quick. So it's going to be super helpful. And then while we have her here, we're not doing any schemes at the moment, so we're going to convert her to witchcraft, kind of get our family rolling again, and then we'll work on starting increasing the opinions of these other people. So we're going to wait for our troops to Chieftain Garter. He's the our neighbor, yeah. So we can trial him to trial by combat because he declared war against us, and for the sake of, I'm going to be declaring war against him here in a second. I'm just going to challenge him to trial by combat and get some gold out of it. because at the end of the day we're going to be taking this over anyways, so I'm not concerned without him dying. So we're going to go through the options again. We're going to attack first. We're evenly matched. Probably we could have been better about that. So we have him on the back foot, so this is going to be show him how to up the axe, and then we're going to finish it off with our shield thing. So he paid his gold. We get a martial treat out of that, so now we're going to go down the Parthian tactics. Now we can see here we have a ton of gold right now and quite a bit of prestige, so we're going to start working through our territories to start building up things. So we, at the end of the day, we want, money is important for us, but not super important. We want troops and control growth at the beginning, or we can go troops and troop effectiveness, which we might want to do that too. So we're going to start constructing war camps in each of our holdings, because we're going to get a levy bonus out of that, but at the same time we are going to get, as you can see here, we got a number of knights we can hold as +1. So we get 3 more knights out of this, but then we can see our knight effectiveness gets 10%, our heavy infantry gets 4%, damage, they get 2% in toughness, same with our skirmishers and our archer cavalry. So we don't have archer cavalry necessarily, but in terms of like our skirmishers and stuff like that, that's gonna be a huge boost. And that's only gonna be the first of many buildings that we're gonna do. So now that our troops are full, and we are going to conquer his county now. Granted, we could subjugate him, but we can only do that once in a lifetime, and it's not exactly worth it. It's quite a hefty amount of prestige, and it's just not something we want to do, because we can only do once per lifetime, and just for one territory, not exactly worth it. So instead, we're just going to declare war, conquer the county that he controls. It's only going to cost us 13 piety instead of 250 prestige, and he's still got some mercenaries on his side, but he still has his alliance with here, so we're roughly evenly matched once he gets his allies involved. For now though, we're going to move our rallying point over here. We're going to raise all our armies, and we're going to try to nip this in the butt before it begins. We're going to immediately destroy his army, and we're going to go into the point of taking over his capital. And we don't have any troops. There's an ability called a siege specialist, I think it's called, or something siege related, that makes this siege process faster. We don't have any guys, unfortunately, that can do that right now, so we're just going to stick with our guy being in charge of all this, because there's no reason to change commanders around too much, just while we have the heavy advantage anyways. So, and the babe cradled in her arms, High Chiefess Runghilder looks up at me. Serenity, husband dearest, we can name it Asmor after her amicable father. Which I could do that because it's going to give us increase her opinion of us, and it's not a terrible name, so we can reap the benefits of that, and that's perfectly fine. Quick to anger. I was watching Dagger play with other children when Sif tried to push him over. These two are just getting at it. Soon a brawl had broke out among the children. Dagger gave us what he got. He would gain the trait Wrathful, or he could gain the trait Fickle, which gives him diplomacy, but he -2 to stewardship, which we don't want because he is kind of learning to be a steward. And so we're going to give him Wrathful. Sorry about that. And now we're just going to be going on this raiding part. We should have this taken over before we have to worry about them causing too much damage to our infrastructure at the moment. So now we've completed this sway scheme. We converted our wife to the witch. So we got that completed. And now we're gonna go back. We'll start swaying our goatee. And now we're just playing the waiting game. Speed this up. Welcome home, Icing. So our courtier that we had sent off to fight for the Byzantines has come back. He's gained the Varganan trait. And so he will immediately come back and we'll make him one of our knights again. Just because he doesn't really fit in anywhere else. Unfortunately. So we can... So hopefully we can get that taken over before they do too much damage. There we go. Easy fight. Enforce the demands, and now we have sole control of Iceland, or Island. Disband our armies, let them build back up again, and we are going to start down the path of getting things under control again, which we'll start with here because that's going to take 3 years. Doesn't say how long that one's going to take. 8 years. So yeah, we're going to start with getting Switzerland under control. And while we're here, we're going to, instead of building the war camps, we're going to build gathering halls. Because the gathering halls, while they do give us a levy boost, it increases their control growth by plus 0.2 per month, and it also gives us prestige. So we want to try to get the control growth under where we can while we're able to. So we understand that there's low county control, so we're not concerned about that. We're not really concerned about starting any more wars just at this time. Don't really want to take any concubines. You know, we're not endorsed by our goatee, which, again, is kind of obvious. So, now we are going to invite champions again now that we're able to. Send for the Herald. And then we're going to see what troops show up. While we're waiting, raise a ruined stone. What to carve? This will be the good option. We're going to have this set up in Northland because it's going to increase Conquest Ruined Stone. It's going to increase the county control, which is what we want right now. And then we also have the ability to see what knights we have. So we have I think you're the one that show, or actually go to courtiers and shoot. So you have this person as our guest. Not concerned. This is the person we want. So this guy is very good. He has some good traits right here. So we might make him our spy master. That way we don't have to worry about trying to convince a Catholic. Unfortunately, it's work I don't want to do. But he also has this ability called the Berserk, which gives him better his natural dread. He has a decent prowess, so he's a good pickup. So we're gonna recruit him, and he only costs 8. Easy decision for him. And then we're going to choose to make him our spy master. And immediately his opinion of us is super high, and easy choice to make. At the same time, we have our courtier here. This guy, we're going to recruit him as he has super high I don't even remember where this guy came from. Oh, I did recruit him, that's right. But he also is a berserker, super high prowess. Oh, he was one of the guys we had in the prison, I believe. So yeah, he has super high prowess, ton of good traits, and he's berserker as well. Demonstration of leadership. My Marshal Ferrodi has been hovering around my council meetings lately, knowing his interest in matters of leadership. I cannot help but feel that the man is waiting for me to impress him. I could probably engage him in conversation. On the other hand, it might be better for him to simply see me interacting with my men. There's something to be said for at least pretending to know every soldier's face. So we have the two options. We can gain this option, discuss methods of communication. You can gain 50 martial lifestyle experience, and he gains 20 opinion of us. Or we can do on the route, we also gain 50 martial lifestyle experience, and the holding of Bestial Inn gains respective figurehead for 2 years, which increases the levy reinforcement rate by 25%. So, not since about the reinforcement rate, but opinion would be good because I would like my martial to be favorable at me, I guess is the best way to put it. Here's another one of our prisoners, I believe in. He's also a good fighter, so he's a good pickup, and he's also a berserker. So, and then factions, don't worry about that. Okay, so now we're back to playing the waiting game. How much would it cost us to full maintenance is unraised maintenance is 0.2, might be beneficial for us. We're actually going to just increase all our guys across the board. We're going to suffer some piety or some prestige negatives for a little bit while they refill, but once they are full up, our prestige is going to go back to, see, like we're already back to positives again. So, okay, men-at-arms counter efficiency. So when we go against troops that are going to be negatives against our own, that's just going to make that battle so much easier, which is what we're looking for. And then we're almost done with this martial tree. Next one's going to be our sappers, and then we will eventually get down to strategist, which will give us a diplomacy perk, but also martial, increase the amount of enemy fatal casualties, and we can cross rivers and straits without advantage penalties. And then from there, we're going to decide what our next tree would be. Naturally, we might want to choose the control growth option, but there's some other ones in here that I want to do to kind of make the kids get some extra benefits. So we will cross that bridge once we get to it. Okay. So now we're just waiting. And I believe right now we have this guy here who's seated our summons. He is a good fighter, and that's about it. But seeing where he would also a great fighter, berserker. This guy we're definitely going to recruit, force him. He's one of our top 8. And then this other guy would also be one of our top 8. So we want to recruit him as well, because that would make him one of our guaranteed champions. And then as right now, we see our champion effectiveness. A ruler's knight effectiveness determines how well their knights fight in battle. At 100%, knights fight as normal, but at 200%, they fight as if their prowess is doubles. Right now, they're fighting at above 100%, which means their prowess is getting a slight boost, which means they're going to be fighting better on the battlefield, which coupled with our men-at-arms bonus that we're getting, just makes our army terrifying, especially due to its size as well. There's not going to be too many armies at this stage if we want to start branching out that can really, I guess, stand up to us right now. So while we're doing this, though, we are actually going to raise all our guys as raiders, and we're going to go back on the warpath. So we have another one of our champions that wants to go fight for the Byzantines, which we'll let him go so he can gain that ability to come back to us in a couple years. But now we have a large army, we have a huge raid loot pool, and overall, this is just gonna work out for us in the best possible way. And we're big enough now that I'm going to actually avoid here. We're gonna start our raiding even down in this territory. And as you can see here, earlier we saw that this was all one territory. And through strife, battles, conquests, stuff like that, they've broken up to a bunch of smaller territories to the point where we have all these options to fight against to start raiding. So we might even start earlier in our raiding process rather than going to the tip of Africa, we may even start here and kind of start picking and choosing our fights and just go down the coastline again and just reap the reward of all of these territories, because there's just so much here that we can do. And then we'll finish off here, probably jump over to here, and we can just see like all these territories have already started breaking up, so there's gonna be a lot of coin that we can get just from this area alone, because overall they're not as strong as they once were. So we have our first son. Choose a different name. And see if he didn't pick up the birth trait, unfortunately. But Freyr, I think Balder is a good option. So now we're just gonna take advantage of all this. Accept the ransoms as we get them. As you see, like, we just look right here, like it's taking us less than 10 days to raid some of these territories. Like, we're just wreaking havoc on these areas. Like, it's not even funny that we're just going to gain so much money from this, and we're raiding so fast that there's really nothing the enemy can do. So our first child, Dagger, here has reached the age of adulthood finally. Adulthood, I've taught him everything. He's almost there. He's at 15, he's 1 year off, but we now have the option of trying to sway him to become a witch, and at 97% chance he's most likely going to accept, because which he does. So now we are now one step closer to forming our own coven, which we can see here. The requirements: at least one of these types. Dagger, being our heir, has the trait witch, or he has the witch secret known by you. We have both of them. 4 adult members of their house. Currently only 1 fulfill this, and once Dagger, that will make 2, and then we have our daughter, which will make 1. So we're one step closer to making our own coven. Who are you being educated? So the first son we have with our, we can see he picked up the comely trait, which is like the first step in what this one is. So we're already starting to see some benefits that he's going to be possibly a good commander in the future. So we're going to choose his, and then we're going to actually educate him. That way we can make him a strong commander as well, since he took the bossy trait, which gives him +1 martial, +1 stewardship. So that's what we want to pick up for him. And then we're going to go back to raiding. Okay, Fire and Blood. The settlement of Alcasar Dosal, an important stronghold in the greater Crusader Abidanis, has fallen to my raiders. We have the run of the vast tracts of land and many of the quivering subjects and shining treasures of Wali Yaya. Choose from. Troops stand ready. We could capture skilled trades, so this is going to increase the development in our, which is going to make our buildings produce faster. We could just go with the loot option of getting prestige and extra loot, which I might just do that. And then I think we just do this because I'm not super concerned with the development at the moment. Our buildings are going to build as they are without too much difference. So we just finished radius and territory of the Boo of Alcasar de Sol, or Bao, or however you pronounce it. And just from that one territory alone, we picked up 157 loot, just from that one territory. So now we're going to move into pillaging here. We're going to work through here. And now we're almost full up, that we might just tap this one right here. Actually, no, we're not going to hit there because that's part of their territory. And they're a bit stronger than we need. So we're going to drop down here and hit the bow of Falda, and now we are full up and ready to head back to Iceland and drop everything off. And we have a bunch of prisoners we can turn in. We got 30 for them, 10, 10, and then we gotta wait for the last one, and 10. So super profitable there. Buildings are still under construction here. And then we need to start increasing the control in this county as well. So while we're waiting for this to unfold, we're going to drop the speed down to 1. It's going to give me a chance to take a break real quick. Going to finish eating my small snack here, use the restroom. I'm going to turn the music on, hit the BRB screen, and pause the game once we get back to our territory. Okay, our dagger has come to age. And he picked up a decent, it's 2-star in that, so he's not super great. We might have to play the game of disinheriting him in order to see how Asbjorn or Balder turns out. It's a risky game. We don't have quite enough renown yet, I don't believe. Disinherit. Yeah, we don't have enough renown. Hopefully by the time his younger brother becomes of age, we will. We won't know until we reach that point. So we are back from raiding, and so for now we are going to see if age difference all. I want to actually arrange a marriage between, let's see here, Asbjorn, arrange marriage between him and I gotta figure this out again. So her, arranged marriage between him and her. There's a 6 years difference. I'm not so concerned about it right now, but this is going to help because we might have the opportunity for their children to pick up the robust trait. So we might actually go down the route of disinheriting the first son so that our other son can actually take over when we reach that stage. So now that we're kind of at a pause here, we don't have any more here, so we're just gonna pick someone within 5 years, and we're gonna look at some 600, 400. This will get us an alliance, which means if we ever go to combat, they can call on us, or we can call on them if we go to a point that we need some extra backup. And so this is when we're gonna start building alliances with him. So that being said, we are gonna take a break here now. Like I said, hit the music. I'm gonna go use the restroom, take care of a few things real quick, and I'll be back in about 5 or so minutes. Thank you for tuning in. If you've made it this far, I have done a terrible job at promoting this, but feel free to hit the like button on this video, subscribe if you haven't already. It's gonna help my goal of making streaming full-time, so help me kind of push that. I would be greatly appreciative. For now though, we're going to take a break, hit the music, and I will be back in a few minutes.
faintest whisper heard. Hope is what we are, a simple truth, a word. Digital divide, our sorrow fades away. We must survive till nothing is left to say. Reach out and hold my hand. I'll carry you, and then together we will stand without ever asking when, and never torn apart. Our spirit will be free, no matter what we are. Let go and follow me. I can see a world beyond the place that we wanna be. Let me hold you with no regret. I can see a world beyond the place that we wanna be. Let me hold you with no regret.
Okay, we are back. So, appreciate you sticking around for the break, for those of you still here, which is no one. But, we're going to get back into the game and disband our army here. So we can let that build back up again. We have formed the alliance with Jarl Ragnar the Foolish of Northumbria, whose father was Jarl Halfdan of Jorvik. So we now have an alliance through them. Now he's to the impressive Jarl Frege of Iceland. I call you to honor our alliance and join me in the Westmorlander conquest of the Erland of Cumberland. Hello, Laura. How is horseback riding? I'm terrible in that I've forgotten your horse's name, but I was going to ask how they are doing. I feel like a terrible person. Mystic, that's right. So wasn't it a new saddle in the sense that it was a brand new saddle, like I hadn't been broken in yet? Or was just a saddle that was available that they've had for a while that just didn't sit well with you, which is understandable because you've been riding Mystic for a while now and you've been using the same saddle, so trying out a new one's probably different. Okay. Also, it being broken or not usually has an effect too, because it's not exactly, especially depending on what kind of material the saddle is made out of, has an effect on that stuff. But so next time you go riding, you're just gonna put the other saddle back on. Was your normal saddle being used by someone else, or? How dare they take your saddle? That's just rude. They should know better. Are they new to the stable, so they don't know, the pecking order of whose saddle is who, because who's been there longer? I mean, you're there often enough. I don't see why you couldn't. I mean, you're there often enough and riding often enough that it probably would be a worthy investment. That way you can try out ones that are more comfortable for you, and might even find one that's better than the one that you're currently using too. Or you're the one that you normally use when it's not being appropriated by other people. Oh, goodness. Oh, man. So while I have you here, I want to try some music volume things just because I want to figure out like what ones are good for when I'm doing just chatting, and volumes for breaks. So if you would indulge me for a moment. Is the music that's currently playing right now too quiet for chatting, or is it intrusive to me talking? Acceptable excuse, I guess. I guess I can accept that. An extremely cute corgi puppy. Okay. So I'm gonna write that down. I took your advice though and wrote sticky notes, and this will get real messy here in a sec, but all the sticky notes to not screw up. Downsize, I gotta adjust this again. Okay, so that's that level, and then for break periods, I'm going to, at first I was trying to put it down like there's like that little wood spot between where like my computer sits and like the actual main space. And I wanted to hang the sticky notes there so they're in more like an eye level, but they would have started falling in front of where the camera sits, so I had to put it actually on my computer, or on the glass portion of my computer case. But okay, so next this is gonna, like, for when I take breaks when I'm not at the computer, like if I go to like the BRB stream. I think it's 3. How's that sound? Is that too loud? How about that? Is that a little bit better? Okay. I'll say I know I had just chatting at like 9%. I'm gonna drop it to 15% because it's just a little bit louder, but like I don't want it to be like too. Like, how does 15% sound? Okay, so 15% for breaks. Okay, I'll have to check. Bear with me. And 15% for I have to say, I'm using that Pretzel Rocks app, and they have some really good music in this genre that I've been picking some stuff out of. Like, I think the playlist that I've made so far is a good mixture of vocal songs, but also just instrumentals too. And for only like not that much a year is super worth it so far, because I don't have to worry about DMCAs or copyrights, because all the music that I'm playing right now is YouTube safe. Okay, so we have that done. I have basically made 0 mistakes so far in terms of stream modes. I think the only thing I've changed since I've started the stream so far is I had the YouTube, my chat box, this thing popped up for a while, so it's kind of blocking stuff, like maybe like the first half, but I don't have the I gotta figure out what the transparent version might be, but even then I'm not super concerned, so I just end up turning it off in that way. I think so far that's the only thing I've quote-unquote messed up today. So far I've been good about making sure that I haven't been muted for a half hour while trying to explain stuff. I've been changing scenes appropriately. It's a lot better start than Monday. Immediate progress increase. How was work today, though? Okay. Okay, I think that's a long enough snack break, so... Well, that's good. At least you're staying busy. Hopefully it's not getting overwhelming for you, though. Like, hopefully it's good busy. I mean, you're just starting out, so they're probably throwing stuff your way. I'm sure they're confident you can handle it, but obviously they don't want to completely blow out your working capabilities yet. So, okay, well, I'm gonna get back to what I was doing. So, now that I'm sufficiently snacked and hydrated, and say I'm officially back from break now, left off just arranging a marriage between my son here, who looks a lot like I do. I feel that. I definitely feel that health trait right now. Between him and this person here, which is the daughter of this character, and basically as soon as we struck marriage between the two, or betrothal I should say, because she's not old enough to be married yet, he immediately is calling me to war against his opponents, which is funny because he has a decent sized group, but he is facing his cousin, I think, and his cousin's, I think his other cousin, I think. I know that's definitely a cousin because he's, yeah. But I could probably destroy all three of them by myself if I wanted to. So we're going to accept his, because if we don't accept his, we lose a lot of fame, which we can't afford to lose right now. And he loses a lot of opinion of us, which I don't want to happen. So instead, we're just going to agree, raise all our armies, and head off to war, and just completely, utterly demolish our opponents, because that's what we do best. Speed up here, because travel time is... Actually go help them in battle. Oh, we got a nice available perk again for our lifestyle tree. Close that real quick. So we're going to pick up sappers, which is going to make our sieges better. Make our sieges go a little bit faster, which will be helpful as we actually go to start sieging our opponents here. And then utterly demolished our opponents there. And now we're just gonna go take care of business in taking over their territory one by one. Seeing as this can be a timely process, especially sieges, we're going to speed it up a bit. Before they even get a chance, and now... Easy one. So, we got 75 prestige from that victory, because we had a 100% war contribution. Our ally did absolutely nothing. So, honored our commitments, disband our army again, and then while we are able to, we will host yet another grand blot. Do we have any prisoners? Oh, we do. Oh, I hate that you're a good fighter. No, we're gonna negotiate release and recruit you. Instead, rather than make you the grand sacrifice, we will instead make you a knight real quick. Force, no, sticky note, stay. Instead, we will do what Vikings do best and go and pillage some people and collect prisoners that we can use for our grand sacrifice. So again, still going to be avoiding messing with the tribe of Torshvan and the chiefdom of Hjaltland for the sake of, once I finish doing this round of raiding, I highly intend to start expanding out of the territory of Iceland and start vassalizing or taking over territories and starting to build up a pool of vassals. So once I get done raiding, this is going to be our next step, is going to be attacking these two territories kind of back to back and starting to build out our kingdom. For now though, we are rather just going to see where we can raid. These are all unfortunately kind of, this is going to make things difficult in the future, because from my last game, learning that in order to kind of keep all my territories under one control and not have it all split amongst my kids, I'm going to want to eventually build the Kingdom of Norway, which we click on here, or click on this territory, and see that the Kingdom of Norway is this big chunk here, which normally wouldn't be an issue, except that our friend here in Sweden controls a very large swath of it, which is going to make it very hard to take all this over. We can hope though, and we don't really have an army big enough to fight. He has 50, close to 6,000 soldiers and a large gold pool, so he can hire a fair amount of, he has access to a fair amount of mercenaries, which I don't. So this is going to be without making some major alliances, which will be hard in the beginning. I'm not going to be able to exactly get the Norway title at this time, but what I could possibly do is maybe start either taking over parts of Ireland, which might be a bit easier, or take over the Kingdom of Alba, which is going to be Scotland. And super helpful. Fire and Blood. The settlement of Itri, I'm not even going to try that. An important stronghold in the Greater, not even going to try that either, has fallen to my raiders. We have the run of vast tracts of land, so we could, yeah, we're just going to bring home the bounty. So I might end up trying to take over this territory, the Kingdom of Alba. That way I can get that kingdom title under my books, and then I'll wrap all this stuff under mine, and then whatever my future heir is will have a kingdom title, which means when my character eventually dies, rather than if I take over multiple duchies, those being evenly split up between this character, which I plan on disinheriting, but rather than again splitting up in half between these two characters, I will be able to wrap it all under a kingdom title, in which case they will inherit everything rather than having it split up. So this might be our best option, is rather than going the Norway route, which I was thinking of doing, I might just take over Alba, which will be a bit of a challenge, because not only does he have a sizable army himself, they also have allies in the form of the High Chiefdom of Meath, which has a sizable army, and then the Kingdom of Lotharingia, which is like Germany, or what's going to be Germany in the future. These territory here, which they also are very sizable, so that might not even be an option either. So be interesting to see what we need to do. How many territories do I have to control for the Kingdom of Ireland? So I need to, in order to control Ireland, I need to have 8 counties out of the 14 that make up this island, which with my army size I could easily do in trying to take over Connacht, Braefney, Thomond would be an easier one, Desmond. So it's 1 2 3 4 5. See, I would have, that's going to be a pain in the ass to try to figure out. Not exactly to that stage yet, so I don't think I have to worry. not going to worry about that because I know if I take over these two and vassalize them, they're still going to fall under my overall title. So as long as I don't build a second duchy, which I'm not going to have to worry about for a while, I don't have to worry about territories being split up too much. So now that we have Sif, our Frey's daughter is of age, we're going to convert her to witchcraft, or try to build up our coven, and then find her husband, and then let's see here, terrible alliance, ranged alliance power. We could arrange a marriage between her and Sweden, which might prove beneficial. I'm not sure yet, because if I'm going for pure alliance power, that's probably the best way to go, but I don't know. Because all these other people aren't super strong, because this is being arranged by how strong their militaries are, and yeah, Northumbria we already have an alliance with, and they only have about 600 people, so they're not a huge boost for what plans we might have. So, that might be our best option. The only downside, actually, I don't really think there is a downside to that, actually. What would I need? Okay, yeah, so it's gonna be a lot of, so yeah, we will actually send the proposal, because if we can actually, what alliances does he have? He has a bunch of alliances too. Alba here is not a ton. Did he really Brittany too? Come on. Where is this alliance? Did I take over prison? Where is our rating at? Rating here. Did I take any prisoners? I did not. Okay. Well, we're going to focus on rating right now just because that is our current goal. Is trying to get prisoners for our grand plot. Marital confidentiality. I am contemplating whether to share something with my wife the next time we are by ourselves, away from listening ears. The things I've learned about Dagger would be of great interest to her. What secret am I sharing? What secret am I sharing? What secret does he have? Intrigue, hooks and secrets. Oh, he's a witch. I mean, but she's a witch too. Why does that matter? You guys are gonna be part of the same coven here in a couple years. Did we take over? Convert to witchcraft. Nice. Awesome. So that's 2 people towards forming our witch coven. We now have 3 actually. Currently 3 village requirements. So we just need our next kid, which is Mare, to convert, which shouldn't be too much of a difficulty once she becomes of age, and then from there we can make our witch coven and we can start holding grand rites, which is tons of fun. I still have no prisoners. It's a pain in the butt. Okay, so I have to look elsewhere for our raiding capabilities. We don't want to raid them. Definitely don't want to raid them. They don't have much to raid. We could go down there and get some money from them. Lifestyle. We are now a strategist, and from there we are going to start adjusting our focus from, now that we have the first tree done in the strategist or in the martial lifestyle, I'm not concerned about these other 2 right now. Instead, I'm going to start branching out into other lifestyle focus trees for specific reasons, and that if I'm going to start with the I'm going to start with the lifestyle, or the diplomacy lifestyle, because there's a couple things I want to pick up. The first one I'm going to want to be picking up is the Groomed to Rule perk, which my children receive 1 to 3 extra skill points. That's just going to make them better overall, and especially having younger kids and kids that I'm going to potentially be putting into leadership positions, that's going to be able to pay off once I unlock this trait. And then I'm going to, depending how old my character lives through, I'm going to start working down the August tree, because I get some pretty good prestige bonuses. Vassalization becomes a little bit easier, but I also want to do these writing history thing, as this is a way for me to gain artifacts and trinkets that can give me some more bonuses. And by doing this, I can commission an epic, and it also gives some bonuses to, depending on how the book is written, to getting some extra renown for the dynasty, gives some extra perks for other things, for like battle and stuff like that. So this is what we're going to eventually go to, but we have some other kind of things that we're going to be hand selecting first before we work towards that. So still, for our lifestyle focus though, we are going to go down the majesty focus, for the sake that it gives us +1 prestige per month, which, as a lot of our troops are managed by prestige and we have to pay a prestige fee to make buildings, we need as much prestige gain as possible. And we really don't care about diplomacy at the end of the day, so this +1 diplomacy is nice, but we're all about war and pillaging and raiding, so diplomacy is moot at this stage of the game, at least for what we're intending to do. So being here, we've finished raiding this place. We could grab some extra plunder, or we can capture slaves for development process, and I'm just going to bring in more plunder because I want the prestige out of it. And then, do we take prisoners? Please tell me we did. Do none of these places have prisoners to take, which is super frustrating. I guess we're gonna head to the Montague might be a good option. Yeah, I guess that's where we're gonna head next. I normally don't have an issue getting prisoners from these raiding parties, so it's super aggravating that this keeps happening, because I want to host the Grand Blot so I can start increasing some public opinion, but it's just not happening. So now we're going to go through and start building stuff again. We're going to go with Gathering Halls this time around, because it's going to give us more levies, which is more troops. It's going to increase control growth, but it also gives us plus 0.25 prestige for this holding. And being that we have 4 territories under our control right now, that's, by the time we get all of them done, that's going to be a full prestige point extra towards our prestige gain per month. So we're going to go all the way around and build. Oh, we already have that one. So then this one we're going to build palisades, because that will give us levies, so this will increase defense, but this is also going to increase the toughness of some of our men-at-arms troops. So go back down to here. Did I take any prisoners? Why is there no people to capture in these stupid freaking towns? Okay, not to worry. Let's go to the barony of Irun to see what we do there. Thankfully, raiding does not take a long time, being that we are not only a reaver, but we have the perk from our martial tree that what used to take a month to raid is taking us like 10 days. So it's drastically increased. We're just plowing through this. Still, we're getting a fair amount of gold and prestige from this, but that's moot in compared to what I'm trying to collect right now. I can't believe how hard it is to get prisoners. Task finished. Increase the county control in Nordland. I don't think... Nope, everything's under control. So now that our territories are back under control, we don't have to worry about this stuff. We're going to set our marshal back to training our commanders to make our knights better fighters. And then we'll go back down here and continue to see... Thank you. Finally we captured... I don't know how I feel about... I don't know how I feel about that. I don't know how... I have prisoners, super helpful, but I don't know how I feel about making children the grand sacrifices of... Especially when he's willing to give... Well, we're going to hold on to them and see if there's any other prisoners we can collect. I don't know how I feel about sacrificing kids. Maybe a Viking and all, but that's the character. That's not me, I guess. So, our third child has come of age. She is a competent administrative person. While we have her here, we are going to convert her to witchcraft. We're going to find Difflin. I don't want to marry into that. Farrier could be okay. I feel sorry for my daughters marrying kids that are 10, 11 years younger than them. But you gotta do what you gotta do. Did I get more prisoners from that one? No, I did not. So, he accepts the offer, which is nice. And I guess we're just gonna continue down. Give me prisoners. Okay, see, that's I can more acceptable. Granted, still somewhat young, but I am much more okay sacrificing what the game considers an adult than I am what the game considers a child. Especially since we actually, unfortunately, she will become our sacrifice. Sucks to be her, but I want to host a Grand Blot and gain the benefits of doing so. So we speed up so our troops can get home. We're going to disband our troops, and now we are going to host the Grand Blot. And seeing as we have a large amount of money, we are going to spend it. Everyone's invited. And nope, we're not. We'll free you though. Nope, we don't want a concubine. Balder. Okay, you... I thought I... Oh no, you're not the one I chose. Okay. You're gonna get trained by our... Yeah, because you're bossy and... Actually, who's my spy master? You're gonna get trained by the spy master. Make you a better spy master, hopefully, or someone I can put into a leadership position. But... right now, why... I'm surprised I haven't got anything to try to start affecting his things, but he's should be hitting that age soon. Waiting for the Grand Blot to happen. And again, we are going to spend money. And I am sorry, Tadifi Banu Danis, but you will be designated the Grand Sacrifice as a huge honor in the Norse and Struan culture. So be grateful. Unfortunately, it is your time. Awesome. So we converted our other child to witchcraft, which means we have met the threshold to make our own witch coven. So by making this witch coven, we will gain a 10% boost to fertility. We gain a small boost to health our health in terms of disease resistance. It's harder to make schemes against us, and but it's also makes schemes a bit easier for us as well. So we're going to found our coven, and then once we're done with the grand blot, we will actually host a grand rite with the family. And then while we're at it, might as well start converting the rest of the start swaying. We're going to sway you. Okay. And then before I forget, I gotta check something real quick before it goes away. Nice. Okay, cool. So now back to the game. Yeah. All right. Cool. So now we're just waiting for the grand blot to finish, and we're gonna rub shoulder with the common people because that is what we do. I'm not concerned about impressing the goatee because obviously, see, he's already maxed out, so there's no point in trying to sway him any further. And then everyone else gets a huge boost. You can lawfully imprison my courtier. Where the heck she come from? Oh, that makes sense. So he came back from his time as a Varangian with the Byzantine Empire, and I guess while he was there, he got married. So he brought her back, and unfortunately, she's a fornicator. So I'm going to be a generous liege, and I will pardon her for the sake of him coming back and being a fantastic commander. Or he's going to be a great knight to add to our pool of soldiers. So I will let that one slide for the sake of... Or when he eventually does return, I guess. I don't know why he gave me the option. He must have just got married, I guess. Why are you upset? Why are you upset? Not sure why they're upset exactly. But we will have them under control soon. Okay. Who is this? Yeah, you make a great fighter. So we are going to recruit you. And you also have a useful... Where is this at? Oh, that's way the heck over there. Well, I'm not going to press your claim because that is too far away for me to care. Okay, apparently Baldur spit in my son Asbjorn's food. Little pain in the ass. Well, we're going to have Asbjorn take after his father and be vengeful. So we're going to keep that trait for him. And then go to our knights because we just picked up a new one. Yeah, okay. So now that we're done with that one, we're going to host our grand rite now with all 4 of the family. As my fellow witches arrive from in Reykjavik, I catch a glimpse of an unfamiliar face. When I go to greet my daughter Sif, she introduces me, the strange man, as Gudroder. They are old acquaintances, as it turns out, and Sif asks if Gudroder may join our rite. More the merrier. Sure, why not? Give her some opinion boost, which doesn't matter. It sucks to be him. But, you know what? Does that mean I learned his secret, though? There's no reason to invite him to court, but... Grand Rite, the full moon rises. As the moon rises in the heavens, heralding her arrival, I can feel my body responding to the strange energies in the air. The silhouettes around the great bonfire are silent, unmoving, waiting for that which is to come. As the host of this gathering, it is up to me to begin the ritual. I will read from the ancient. So this is where I get nervous, because it's happened to me so many times in the past that despite all of these having very high chance of success, I somehow managed to fail. So I'm going to go with reading from the grimoire, because hopefully I won't fail with a 10% chance. And I swear if I do, I'm going to be extremely upset. The old words are strange, yet they speak to me on an instinctive level. They weave an enchanting pattern full of beauty and promise. My guests are utterly spellbound. As I close the grimoire with a dramatic gesture, their cheers erupt through the glade, all four of them. Now that the main ceremony is finished, my guests and I are free to worship as it pleases us. Ask Sif to instruct me in the art of poetry. I'll gain 1 lifestyle perk, be super helpful, be nice. Spend time with the perceptive good roader. I don't care about making friends. And laugh, drink, and enjoy her blessings. We're not really worried about her stress, so we're gonna gain a learning lifestyle trait out of this. What ones? Your warriors can get additional skills and become your friends. Scientific culture, fascination, pedagogy will be super helpful since we take an active role in our child's education. May he watch over us until the next grand rite. My guests and I have worshipped Freya, exchanged sacred knowledge, and tied deep bonds. My mind is buzzing with new ideas, but my body is desperate in need of rest. A warm bed never felt so tempting. So our first grand rite was a success. Family craft. I am just finishing up the day's business in my council chambers when my wife, High Chiefess Ranghilder, saunters in with her sisters, Piri, eagerly at her heels. Wait, she has a sister? I didn't know she had a sister. I completely missed that one. At her heels, I put down the ledger I was just reading, knowing no good can come from this unexpected visit. Ranghilder hesitantly remarks upon my appearance. My husband, you are a mighty and powerful Jarl, but some do not yet give you the respect you deserve. You need something to demonstrate your authority. My sister should smith a fine set of regalia that would reflect your status. Sponsor her and see how her creation will improve your mood. So that's going to be cool. That's actually super helpful because that will give us another artifact under the regalia tab here, which obviously you see is empty. So, and having available funds to do so, super easy to do. Going to be worth every bit of gold, and not to mention we can just go raid and pillage and get all that gold back without too much of an issue. Why do I still have... What happened to you? Oh yeah, you got real sick. So we're going to fire you, unfortunately, because you cost me money from having a bad census. Take concubine. Laura, how weird would it be if my character was married and then I took the sister-in-law as a concubine? Is that bad? But they have a good physical trait, and I think my character's still young enough to have kids. It's possible. But yeah, I guess I'll... Listen, I'm not... According to this game, I'm not doing very good at the Viking thing, or being the Norse thing, because I have 0 concubines. Like, they're expecting me to have 4 women I'm supposed to be laying with. I'm apparently failing at that. So... I guess we're already failing at it now, and we're already 38 years into life, so I mean, what's another 20 odd years? My sister-in-law, Piri, approaches me with a thoughtful expression. Is there... Now, I will say, if she starts a romance scheme against me, I'm not resisting. That's just the game telling me that I should have done it. So, if that happens, we'll let the game do as it does, but for now... we'll let it sit there. we'll let her make the first move. My sister-in-law Piri approaches me with a thoughtful expression. Is there anyone special to you, my lord? She must read my irritation as such a personal question from my face, because she continues, I mean, is there anyone you wish to dedicate your commissioned artifact to? It is turning out well, but a meaningful inscription would make it feel even more personal. So I could make it out and dedicate it to her. I don't really need a bunch of piety right now, but I do need prestige. So there needs to be no dedication. What can I do next? I guess we'll host a feast. Ransom. Good laugh. Servants were carrying out impressively adorned treatments. A number of proud peacocks, skinned, cooked, and stuffed. Then, where the heck did we get peacocks from in frickin' Iceland? I haven't been raiding in a while. Where the heck did we get peacocks from? Redressed their magnificent plumage, however, as High Chiefess Renhilder brought her knife close to one of them, the fowl came to with a number of proud peacocks, skinned, cooked, and stuffed. How in the heck is it? This one wasn't cooked at all. Okay, I missed that one. It pecked it. How do you mess that up? As the bird ran wild, Sif rose to the challenge. It proved great entertainment to see her desperately chasing the raving creature across the tables. In the end, she managed to scare the peacock towards the great hall doors, where it escaped into the night. Considering they said that they basically dressed the bird, how it didn't look like it was cooked compared to that. I'm starting to question the intelligence of my court based off of that altercation. After days and nights of joyous company, my feast is over. Most every guest seems to head home, pleased except perhaps Renhilder, who is still clutching her nose where the peacock marked her. Nice. And then while we're at it, we'll also host a hunt. My lord, look at that metal. I've never seen such fine quality before. My sister-in-law, Piri, breaks away from our market procession to accost the merchant selling the coveted item, ecstatic over her find. With this, my project would reach new heights. I could create something truly marvelous. Please, Maro, bestow this gift on me. So, I guess I'll just spend the money, because I'm going to fail that. I don't want an act of tyranny happening. Though it probably won't make too much of a difference. But, you know what? Actually, we're going to just take it. Take it as we see fit. Because that's what a Jarl does. You would think a creature from myth, perhaps a god disguised in animal form. It was the largest heart I had ever seen. Even after the beast was wounded, the chase lasted half a day. Still an imposing sight lying dead before me. Mare is just as awestruck. I've never seen such a thing, my lord. The head looked beautiful in the Great Hall. Get some prestige for, 10 years? Or I can gain 5 prestige. And an opinion. What else does this give us? We'll do the hunting trophy. Take the hunting trophy, get some extra prestige that way. Though it probably would have been better. Oh, that might pay off in the long run, actually. Okay, so now that we have a lot of this stuff taken care of, we can't do any of this stuff right now. So we are going to start making our way. Wait, I made an alliance with them? Crap. That was not intended. I didn't pay attention to who exactly I was making an alliance with. Who are you betrothed? Well, yeah, we're gonna break that betrothal for the simple fact that I want to invade them. Hey, back. Now we have a new knight to add to our pool. Force him. And now we are going to conquer this territory. Feel kind of bad for breaking the betrothal, but they weren't even married yet, so it doesn't matter. I'm willing to lose a little prestige off of that. And now we're just going to raise our massive army and completely and utterly destroy him. Because he has no friends. I was their only friend. And now we will pillage. We gotta find someone else. So that would be a good alliance. Granted, he's old as crap. Lincolnshire. Difflin. Yeah, we'll marry. Yeah, we'll marry you after that one. Give us a replacement. Gladly accept the marriage proposal, and now we have our first trait into the diplomacy lifestyle. So we're choosing groom to rule, like I mentioned before. Children receive 1 to 3 extra skill points. So we're gonna click on this, and then immediately we can see that all our kids are starting to get increases to their traits. So our player heir, he gained +3 to his, or will be gaining +3 to his stewardship. Our daughter Sif gained more to her learning. Mare gained an increase to her stewardship as well. And then Asbjorn gained a nice boost to his martial, so he's going to have quite a high martial once he becomes an adult already. And then Balder also gained an increase to his martial as well. One thing I want to check though is if I can... Nice, I can assign my daughter as the Godi, because she has a higher education than the other person. And from there... So now we're just going to go back to finishing up our war. To an impressive Jarl Frage of Iceland, I call you to honor our alliance. Yeah, I'll help you in a sec once I finish my war. The time disappears in Puri's shop, drinking wine with an excitedly discuss the regalia she is making for me. Am I imagining things, or is there an indescribable tension? My mind wanders, absorbing the subtle quirks of her body, her lips. Yeah, I know I said I would, but I don't want to lose quality of the thing she's making, and I don't want to bring on stress, so we're not going to commit adultery. Okay, so we have finished this battle. We have taken over and forced the demand. Actually, did I take him as prisoner that I can... Yeah, we're going to ransom them, because at the end of the day we win, because they're... So now we're going to enforce the demands, and then over here we're going to grant this territory to our... Who do I want? Do I have any... So he's the best one for that. He's the best one for that. For the sake of grant to... We gotta organize this into our dynasty. Why can't I grant player heir? Because at the end of the day, you're gonna end up petitioner. Okay, so I guess we're just gonna grant this to... I guess we'll grant this to this champion here because I don't know how much longer my current marshal is going to last, and he will be a good replacement. And he was the top option because I believe he had, was he loyal, compassionate, vindictive? Yeah, it's good enough. Inspiration, considered opinion. My metalsmith Fury updates me on our progress, droning on about the limits of the hammer and bellows as my mind reels with bold ideas for my regalia. Making may not be my personal forte, but that doesn't mean I can't have a say in how my money is spent. So we will take on some stress because this has a good chance of succeeding and giving us a higher quality, and everything worked well, so that's helpful. Now that we've taken over this territory, we need to get it under control. It's only going to take 4 years, so it's not terrible. But we are going to merge our armies together. And now that we are at war, we are going to go and aid our allies here. This might be a losing battle before I even get there. The Saga just pissing them off. We're going to go to the Isles here and start attacking them. Okay, so our regalia has been finished. Over here, my lord, my sister-in-law Perry waves me over with a wide grin. I have toiled many days and nights, and finally my work is done. She presents me with an object wrapped in cloth. As I lift the fabric, my eyes grow wide. The fancy regalia set of excellent craftsmanship. It consists of a silver scepter set with a piece of agate, a linen cloak that has been embroidered with silk thread, and a large agate cabochon necklace. So this artifact gives us plus 0.16 prestige per month, plus 0.06 renown per month, which is going to be helpful, and increase the attraction opinion by plus 8. And it is a decent quality item as well. So, and then from that one battle that we fought, we took over this person's armor, which gives us plus 1 to prowess, reduces our injury resist or increase our injury resistance, and also gives us prestige. So we're going to equip that. So now we are starting to make. Some of my counselors believe the job is theirs by right, by blood, or influence. How wrong they were. I expect the results, and I'm often disappointed. So we are just going, because that's going to reduce his opinion of us, which I don't need right now. So yeah, we're just going to do that. And then start attacking our opponents from a different front and see what they do about it. So we're gonna go over here and take care of that. So I have a feeling like we're gonna probably end up losing this war just because they have a larger army than we do, and we may have better troop quality, but they have a ton. They have mercenaries on their side too, I think, and they still have special soldiers. Asbjorn. What in the world has happened to my son Asbjorn? He is an all bruised and beaten. He refuses to name who did this to him. Was an older child, or did he pester a noble to the point of fury? If so much as a pin drops, Asbjorn will be running for the safety of an empty closet door. So right now he is a craven, which reduces his martial, which we don't want. Or increases entry, his as someone, and it's sinful to our religion, so that's not a good option. Being shy is okay. Paranoid. The only thing with paranoid is that this is going to make it harder to recruit people in the future, because in order to recruit knights, it's going to increase the stress he gains, which we don't want. So unfortunately, I don't like either of these options, but shy is probably the safest bet to avoid taking too much of a negative in terms of affecting his martial ability, which is what we're kind of focusing on, because he's going to kind of take over. He's going to pick up the torch essentially on continuing to expand the territory once we reach that stage. So we're actually, looks like we're actually favored in this battle, which is kind of surprising. I'm gonna probably put this guy in charge. So we probably win. We have a better army commander, higher quality troops, and more men-at-arms counters, which is super helpful. And they have army supplies running low, and they have more soldiers. But as we've seen, sometimes it makes a difference. And we're defending on wetlands, which is a bonus as well. So as we can see here, is that this is the men-at-arms that they have. They have bowmen and bondi, which our own bondi counter as well as our huskarls, but at the same time they're countering some of our guys as well. But overall, we have the advantage, and we can see right now it's sort of close, but we may end up skirting through at the end. Yeah, at the very end, I won't actually look at the battle results for that one, because I can a crap ton of prestige from that one. So our initial soldiers were 3,387. Theirs was 5,452. We lost a little over a third of our guys, and they lost 2/5 of theirs. But we can see is that like our champions just demolished huge numbers just from our champions alone. That's not including, whereas we go look at their champions, didn't do as much. Yeah, so that was a huge. Let's see what our. It's crazy that our one guy here basically killed 162 guys. That's insane. Insane numbers from that battle. We're gonna put us back in charge, and then we're gonna head up. Now that we have the number, like that one battle alone basically knocked down almost half of their total troop count, and we still have a very large amount of troops that we shouldn't have to worry too much about them fighting us in the future, because we have a high chance of succeeding anyways. So we have another child, Hensinger Adun. I think Otter. Good. That's good because he has a nice trait that he inherited. So we're going to start taking over some of their territory now, although we can push the advantage. And then also we're going to need to sit in this territory for a hot minute because we are out of supplies ourselves, and we need to kind of recoup those supplies on So yeah, we need to sit here for a hot minute because that's going to allow us to build up our supplies, which is also going to recoup some of our troops as well. The only downside is that we're wasting a lot of time in letting them capture territory, so we're going to have to skirt down here to kind of stop them because they're at like 50% success, which they were getting close to being able to win the fight. But now that we're kind of back to fighting strength, we can start working towards conquering stuff again. Okay. So we're going to work on conquering territory. They're doing the same over there though. So we're going to speed through this and then go and handle business over here. Nice. That's super helpful, is that we basically just went from being in the negatives to we won because we captured basically the leader of the faction that's fighting them, and we wouldn't really be able to get him for a ransom anyways because he's broke as crap. So now we should see a resolution or end to this battle here in a second. God, he got terrible freaking traits. Well, I don't... Jesus. He promised to clean the pots in the cooker, you see, but he nibbled all the food in the little rat and fell asleep in a flour sack due to his hiding, if you ask me, but oh. Lazy. Gluttonous. I don't know if I'm gonna watch. Man, you just got terrible. Well, I guess you're gonna become little. Well, I don't think you're going to be taking over anymore because you're starting to rack up some less than friendly traits, which is unfortunate. Ooh. Okay, so he unfortunately died, which means we have to assign this to who's a good option. How old are you? You're old, so we're gonna need a new spy master here pretty soon. And while we have, yeah, we gotta actually start upgrading this, so we're going to work on the war camps again. Can ransom few champion. This is where things are getting a little difficult because this is I don't want him to take over because his overall stuff sucks. Like, it really is not good. And then he's starting to pick up, I mean, terrible traits as well. The only good thing he's got going for him is he has a physical trait to be inherited. I might have to work on succession, adopting the Scandinavian elective early, because being that I own most of the territory, it's going to matter. It's basically going to be whoever I pick is going to take over. So with that being said, we will pass this law just because I'm literally the only person that can vote. Nice. Which means my 1-year-old son will end up being the new heir to our vast empire, because I really need to make sure he gets good traits, because yeah, his siblings are not successful in what I need, unfortunately. Okay, so Sif can marry, and now that we have this, that's fine, but I need a matrilineal marriage, unfortunately, because I need to keep her as my goatee because she has a high learning capability. And so we are going to adjust this, sum of all skills, good enough. It's not going to matter. I'm not going to get anything good out of that. So we can go back to training our guys to be commanders. Accept this, and so we have control over here. Going to disband our army. Raise a ruined stone. So what is this? Farrier. Festerland will be the place that we put it. And so I think right now we are sitting in a good position in that we're off to a good start. Picked up another diplomacy lifestyle trait, so we are moving to our next thing, which we're going to start increasing our prestige gain from here. And then, well, we can start doing some more buildings again. Going to build palisades next. So we're basically broke on all fronts, but we're not in debt, so it isn't not a huge deal. I don't think we have. I don't know why he's important. So we right now are sitting in a good spot. I think this is where I'm gonna call it for this session. So we started off here on the Jarldom Island with the initial territories of Vesterland and Suderland. We did some raiding and pillaging for a bit, got some increase in troops, and we invaded Osterland, and then got a control over that, did more raiding, and then eventually once the truce broke, we finished taking over Iceland by invading Nordland. So we were able to get Iceland pretty early, the entire Duchy of Ireland, pretty easily. And then from there, we basically have been building up our kingdom in terms of upgrading our buildings so we can get more troops, increases our raiding capacity, and then we started picking up some good traits, like the Viking trait, and we were successful in having enough kids reach adulthood to make our own coven. So we've got a lot of good foundational stuff set up this go around, and really we're not in really under any threats at this time. We kind of have free reign to do what we want as far as taking the time to build up our troops and basically just get a firm foothold. So we're at the point now that when we the next stream, we will probably start looking at branching out more. We'll probably start off by invading the chiefdom of Hjaltland, and then once we finish taking over that, by that point some of our kids will be kind of coming of age again. We're going to focus on swaying our child Otter, Frey's son here, to hopefully make him better than his siblings, because they've so far been a severe letdown in terms of some of the traits they've been inheriting. So hopefully we can kind of guide him down the path that we want. And not to mention, he has a very good physical trait, which means when we go to find him a spouse in the future, we can hopefully pick up an inheritable trait to add on to that, which is probably what our goal will be. But that's for next time. So right now, I think that's all I can do at this moment. I think the next steps would be to go back to raiding or start expanding the empire, but that's all stuff can do on Friday. So with that being said, gonna cut the stream there. It's actually been live a little bit longer than I was intending initially. I was planning on cutting the stream at 7, but I didn't want to leave too many things incomplete in terms of trying to get this good foundation set up. But now we're in a good spot that we have a good place to pick up next time. So next stream will be Friday, same time. It might be pushed back 10 or so minutes, depending on what time I have formation to deal with, which normally happens around 3 o'clock. So I might start the music at normal time, and it just might, the stream overall just might be last a little bit, or the intro stuff might just last a little bit longer while I have to go take care of that stuff before I can officially kick Friday off and hopefully do at least another 4, maybe 5 hours, maybe more, depending on how I'm feeling. But with that said, if you haven't already, feel free to like the video, subscribe if you haven't. Every little bit helps, especially as I'm looking to hopefully commit to this while I have the time and ability to do so. And I will see everyone on Friday at roughly around 3 o'clock. Thanks again for tuning in. Thanks for those that chatted, especially you, Laura. I appreciate you stopping in after your horseback riding, and hopefully you have a good night with Romeo and Brandon. So once the next stream goes up, I will post the link on my social medias at Twitter at WorldSCTV. I'll be posting the new link for the next stream, and then be announcing when I'm going live and providing all the information through social media and on various Discords that I'm a part of. So with that being said, everyone have a wonderful Wednesday night. Be safe, and we will see you the next time we pick up the story of the Dynasty Saga. Have a good night.